Hey guys, we're alive. Um, I said I was ready, and I'm 100%
Live.
wasn't. Okay. Hi, viewers. It's us. It's your favorite D&D party. Don't tell me otherwise. We are a group of people that aren't special in any way, except for the fact that we play really good D&D, and we're so fantastic at it. We call ourselves the Monster Cast, and this campaign that we're playing right now, that's the Monster Mash. It is a gothic horror themed campaign. Our main inspiration being the pre-written Curse of Strahd, 5th edition module, with a lot of homebrew shenanigans mixed in there. With the horror theme, we do cover sensitive topics. Curse of Strahd module is known for being not fun to people who are uncomfortable with unpleasant imagery. Number one being child endangerment, child abuse, child harm, just in general. Kids are in danger constantly in the lands of Barovia. I didn't make that up, but you know what? I'm not going to change that. So that's a thing. We also go into various sensitive topics such as psychological trauma, abuse, addiction. So if any of those things make you uncomfortable, it's not the group for you. I'm sorry. I was going to be a little more polite about that.
Get over it. No.
Get out of here. We don't want you.
That's not true. That's not true. Don't listen to them.
We still want you.
We're nice people. Anyway, fine. This is session 19 of Curse of Strahd, session 28 overall of our campaign. We all do fun facts. I don't think any of us came up with one except for Jared. So my fun fact is that I have a box of smoked Gouda Triscuits right next to me.
Triscuits.
Can we not advertise every single episode?
Let's do it by Triscuit.
Do it by Triscuits.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out
anyway,
Lagavulin.
I will go ahead and let my party introduce themselves because apparently I'm just feeling super awkward right now.
Hi, my name is Rance. I play Noom/6, the Goblin Blood Ranger. And for my fun fact, Six's favorite animal is a crow.
Oh, what are the odds?
Ooh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, you guys haven't seen a crow at all in this in Barovia, so that's weird.
Yeah, a lot of fucking ravens.
Are you eating the crows?
He said favorite animal, not favorite food.
How does he feel about the fact that the broker who you all met in that shack under the waterfall was covered in a cloak of living crows?
Yeah, it is a real mindfuck for him. Because it was also mindfuck because there's a bunch of mirrors around too, and he has to think about seeing himself.
Oh yeah, that was just a hard time for him in general.
Yeah.
Oh, my turn. My name is Savannah. I play the Changeling Paladin Arcs. Don't know when you might see any of their other personas. We'll find out. And their favorite animal is a chameleon.
Oh my god. Get out.
We all just doing the favorite animal one today.
No.
I just take all of Rance's fun facts.
So, hello, my name's Kobe or Tumis. I play your friendly neighborhood Wogue. I'm a tiefling. His name's Dane. Really fucked up that ordering today. And Dane's favorite animal is the axolotl.
Okay, my name is Jacob. I play a human artificer named Cinna. She specializes in alchemy. Her fun fact is she has a couple tattoos. One is a hippogriff that is right up her side. So
that's sick.
Dude, a fucking hippopotamus tattoo? Hell yeah.
A hippogriff, but yeah.
Close enough. Hey everybody, name's Jared. I play Catherine Pepperidge, the wonderful cookie maiden. For this week, her fun fact is that Kat has only had one pair of socks for the last 10 years. She calls them her lucky socks. She does wash them on occasion.
Does she patch on?
Ooh.
that makes Six's interaction with her feet
Oh,
that
no.
much more.
I'm not done. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
They
I'm
were
not done yet.
very seasoned.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. She only had socks for like the last 12 years, so she uses one pair. She doesn't have the socks clean. She wears them anyways. They're just stanky socks that she washes maybe once a week at the most. But yes, they do have patches on them. And what happens is whenever she like goes to a new place, she'll take some like fabric and intertwine them with the socks. So as time goes on, those socks are constantly evolving. So
So, quick question for you, Jared.
go right ahead.
How much fabric has she replaced in the sock?
Yeah,
And
can they still be considered the same sock?
Are they the same sock? Because
At this point, that's like the conundrum. Is the same ship the ship
Yeah.
that you had?
Yeah, exactly.
Ship of Theseus,
So
whatever. it's
really,
called.
is it? Is it the same sock?
the sock,
Who knows?
the Catherine.
sock
Sock of Theseus.
The sock
Sock
of
of
Pepperidge.
Catherine.
Sock of Catherine.
So yes, that's her fun fact.
Oh gosh. Okay. All right. Well, before we get started on our session, we'll have a little recap to catch us up on where we are right now. We like to let the players do a recap of what happened last from the point of view of their character. No one volunteered this week until an hour ago, so
See how it
Savannah,
goes.
take it away.
Yeah, this is gonna be great.
Better.
Just trying to figure out how I'm gonna start this. We heard a loud noise coming from possibly upstairs. I think Senna got in trouble in the attic again. So as we got into the attic, there's a whole bunch of dead cats, and then a teenage boy appeared as Dane tried to take something of his. Turns out this boy is the son of the Baron, and he yeah, he has some arcane arts that he's trying to investigate or figure out how to use, including a teleportation circle, which Six is very, very freaked out about, which is understandable. He also may or may not have killed some people or cats in the process of trying to get it to work. Still not sure. But he did at least tell us about the Reformer, who is essentially responsible for all the all is well ideas. There wasn't much else we did. But Kat somehow now has a skeleton cat in her baby Bjorn. Apparently his name is Miko. That's what I have. That's
Nice.
my notes from last
That's
session.
the point.
That was straight.
That's
to
good.
the
No,
point,
I
wasn't
mean
it?
that
That's good for today.
that was honest. That was honestly what happened.
Notes. This is what I had to read off of.
Yeah, like I said,
He
it's
didn't leave
arcs
out much.
informing his other personas.
Yeah, yeah. Cinna went off to explore, and she found a locked closet that she couldn't get through because the lock was real professional, which raised a little bit of suspicion, but couldn't handle that. Dane and Izek went after her to look for her. They eventually found each other, and where we are right now is y'all had just left the Burgomaster's mansion, and for a lot of this, it's going to be this is going to be a rather theater of the mind heavy session here. You guys have left the Burgomaster's mansion. It's still raining just as hard as it was this morning. Earlier, you had agreed that that Dane would join Izek during his wall patrols. You guys tried to invite Izek to the party with you to sort of keep him close, but he was very reticent to go to a camp full of Vistani, considering the local racial prejudice in Vallaki. And he wanted to stick with Dane, though, and convinced Dane to join him on his rounds. So they went off separately after Noom threatened Izek in regards to Dane's safety, which was unwise considering he was talking to the sort of meathead, powerful captain of the Vallaki Guard who takes rules and laws very seriously, especially happiness and unpleasant thoughts and words. So a little uncomfortable departure there, but now we find ourselves in a situation, which we find ourselves often in, where the party is split, and we're going to jump back and forth between two different parties. But it's okay because I've mapped out a little timeline for myself. So I have this all under control, and it's going to be good. One thing that did
You don't
happen.
sound convinced.
All is well.
I'm trying so
All
hard to
is
convince
well.
you
All
guys.
is well.
All is
Convincing
well.
you guys, not me. I'm already convinced. One thing that wasn't mentioned that I do want to bring up because we talked about it sort of out of character before is that before Isaac had dragged Dane away, because I don't think we got to this point in our sort of like roleplay chat out of session. Dane had stolen some sort of book from Victor Velakovich. Because he can't read common, he wasn't sure what it was, but he just wanted to take it. And he had mentioned wanting to give it to someone who could read before the party had split. So I'm just going to assume that happened in the whole mess of things.
That makes sense.
But no one's really taken the time to look at it.
It
For now,
probably
though,
happened whenever like Six and Isaac were like arguing. He probably like slipped it to Cinna.
oh sure, yeah, I can get behind that.
Did you take this
Okay,
from
so
the
we are going
library?
to.
I took it from the attic.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're gonna start there. Dane and Isaac have walked away towards the east side of town because Dane wanted to pick up his orders from the apothecary. The rest of the group, it's now mid to late afternoon. You have plans to go and regroup with the Vistani and sort of have the celebration that they promised about giving back Arabelle. The last time you were there, all the Vistani were essentially away because they were searching for her, but they asked you to come back and you agreed. The group of you are there. Cinna, you were just handed this booklet that says the diary of Victor Velakovich with the word diary crossed out and replaced with the word journal.
Why are men like this?
You guys are standing outside the house and it is raining hard. What's your plan?
I'll put the book up before it gets, I guess, damaged by the rain. Do we want to just start heading to the camp?
Yeah,
Let's go. I want to go meet this guy.
Okay, so you guys start heading to the camp, and as you're walking through town, Six, you kind of hear something. Your passive perception is higher, so I'm putting this on you specifically. As you're walking, you're surrounded by the pounding sound of the rain all around you, hitting the cobble and the rooftops. But there's a weird sound that you can hear just off to your right. It seems like it's coming down from an alleyway. It's the sound of a coin being flipped repeatedly. That just sort of catches your ear.
Yeah, it's gonna, as we're like going along, just peer down the alleyway.
Okay, so as your attention is caught and you try to look down this alleyway, you see a familiar figure, a kind of shorter man, short hair, mustache, fine clothes, sitting there, leaning against the wall, watching you go by, flicking a coin.
Ernst?
He stops flicking the coin, and out of the, I would say shadows, but there's no light to really create too many shadows. You see his figure just sort of, he doesn't say anything, just motions you over to the alleyway.
And Six will like look back to the group and just be like, 1 second, and then start to head down that way.
All right, so you meet up. So you're just going by yourself?
I imagine we'd follow him. I think Kat is pretty much
Didn't we
stuck
just
with.
fight? Like,
Yeah, Six will turn around and be like, "Hey,
now?
there's Ernst back there." Well,
I think Kat she's got Miko covered up, but she's like dead set on focused on following with Six because she knows, after that conversation with the boy that Six is kind of like got his nose on the scent of where we need to go next. If Kat is like right on his tail and has a bony tail.
Bony tail. Oh my god. Yeah, Six will lead the way up in the alley to go to Ernst.
Okay, so you head up there, and as you guys kind of leave the main bit of town and off around a corner where it seems a little bit quieter, a little bit sheltered from the rain. You hear him ask, "Our arrangement with my employer. The festival is tomorrow. Tell me about your progress."
Yeah, we have run into. Are you familiar with the term roadblock?
Something is stopping you. What's the
Yes.
matter?
Well, we have found out that
One of us has a connection to Izek.
yeah, one of us has a connection to Izek, and a pretty close connection. There's nothing that we can do right now. We need to learn more about their connection and more about him. But I believe that as of right now, I can't say that he is under control, but I do have reason to believe that he might, and like a heavy might not be on the Baron's side anymore.
She's not going to like this uncertainty.
Well, that's all we can get right now.
With what we talked about, lives are at stake. They hinge on this man.
You're not wrong. Yeah, we don't really. There's no way for us to right now. Well, I'll say this. I think when the time comes, that would probably be the closest that we'll get to knowing if he is out of the picture. And that might just be that he is hopefully not the Baron's ally anymore.
Spend the rest of the day cleaning up your words of doubt. As a spokesperson for my employer, I shouldn't need to remind you that if things aren't taken care of in a definitive way and our plans don't come to fruition the way we anticipate them to tomorrow, the powers that remain in B will likely be aware of which side you chose.
All right. So be it.
I think Kat like uses a paw and just like salutes with Miko.
He looks at it and he just does not know how to react to that.
I imagine no one would be able to react to that. That's a really random one. I think me doing that was kind of just like a.
I'll check in again after dark.
Before you go, Ernst, what can you tell me about Lady Fiona? And we want to know more about her before we set anything in stone. And he like sticks a hold up 5 gold pieces.
The first thing I can tell you is that Lady Fiona pays me very well.
He holds up 10 gold pieces.
He takes the 10 gold pieces.
Yeah, Rob.
A start. What do you want to know? What are you curious about?
The Burgomaster had some idea that she was in league with Strahd. I know things get greatly exaggerated around here on both sides. That's right, Democrats and Republicans. On both sides, they get kind of exaggerated. Is there any truth to this?
Why might the Burgomaster think this?
Those appear to be 2 separate questions. The Burgomaster that strongly of anyone who would disagree with him. Partially on his fault. Partially on his side.
Are you saying he sees the world in black and white? There are only two sides.
Yes, he does, and that's part of why so many have gathered behind a separate cause.
I have a question. Have you met his child before?
I am familiar with him. He shows up at festivals every week, just as everyone else does.
I mean, he seems like he really wants to make a change and go and do stuff, and maybe he could be the way that we do this instead of having to kill everybody. I mean,
He seems weird as hell, and whatever sixth thing is in his father's head, it's in his too.
Are
It
you
has
sure
been.
about that?
It has been with every leader before him.
But why can't this one be different?
Why should I expect it to be?
Why
should
would
we-
he
it's-
be different?
Yes, that's.
Yes.
I don't
Yeah.
think either of us can answer the other's question.
Well, then we're kind of at a deadlock, don't you think? At this point, I mean,
You're asking us to have faith in your employer.
I seem to
We-
recall you already having these conversations with my employer.
That
new info.
You are not your employer. You should.
No,
have
I'm
your
not.
own- you
I
should
was
have your
simply
own
here.
opinions.
I was simply here to check in.
Option that we have now is we know more of the kid, we know what he wants, and there could be options of his different viewpoints being something that is widely seen as a good option.
As a spokesperson for my employer, and considering what you've given me, I can tell you that she is unlikely to see your point of view in this matter. That is what I will reveal to you.
Fair.
Well, I think we have reason to believe that Isaac will be on, like, gestures to the group, our side, being optimistic rather than Baron's.
We deal in certainties, not optimism. I'll be checking back in after sundown. I'll see you at the inn.
Just nods.
And he turns to walk away. Okay. That interaction done. We're gonna switch back over to Dane and Isaac. So Dane, so you guys were heading towards the Ravens Gate, the east gate that you guys had all come in on when you first came to Vallaki. And I'll go ahead and just move you to the map just so you guys have just like a geographic visual rather than just looking at our little faces. You guys head over to the East Ravens Gate, and you're gonna start patrolling the south wall from there. Before you went, though, you had Isaac follow you to the apothecary to pick up your goods. And I'm just gonna go ahead and breeze over what you had gotten there. So you got the Dust of Disappearance.
Yes.
So you have that for sure now. And then
My random.
you were given a random potion that she had been working on based off of just like some extra scraps that she wanted to. It was basically an experimental elixir sort of thing that she wanted to try and sell to you.
Dude,
But she
make
didn't
two
tell
of
you
those
what
a
it
day.
was.
You didn't have to buy that. You just asked for one.
What she tells you is that this is her attempt at creating an ichor of invulnerability.
Oh, cool.
So what invulnerability potions generally give you resistance to all damage for 1 minute. Basically means you take half damage during pretty much any combat encounter. But it's just good for once. What she gave you, just for you to visualize, because this is something that she kind of made herself with, some scraps. Yeah. What she gave you was a blue bottle. And inside the potion that she made, it's kind of thicker than most magic potions that you've seen before. It's kind of like it still flows. It's a little, well, it's not less like syrup, more like jelly. So it flows, but like real slowly, and it's kind of coagulate-y. and it's got this glow to it that you can kind of see coming through it. And when she gave it to you, she said, she explained what it does, and she said, I'm still working on it, so there may be some side effects. What I'm expecting to happen, what she's expecting to happen is, a little intoxication. So maybe don't plan to operate heavy machinery after you take this. And she warned you before you grabbed it to not smell it. If you are going to drink it. Do not smell it first, because you're not going to want to drink it.
Okay.
That's fair. Okay.
But that's what you got from the apothecary. And as you're walking out of the building, Isaac didn't go in with you. He waited outside. And as you're walking out of there, and back into the rain to him, he goes, did you get the Velaki girl or the Vistani girl?
Oh no, I got the Romani girl.
What's that?
It's the tan one.
The Vistani one.
No. Romani. We got.
What is that?
It's like.
Is that her name?
No. So you know how, there's the Vistani and then there's you Velaki people.
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah, that came out way wrong. Sorry about that.
No, it paints a picture for me.
Yeah, but so and then imagine, and then there's like Barovia, which they're another group of people. They're not from Velaki and they're not Vistani either.
Like the Barovian village. I mean, like we're technically Barovians, because like this is all like the land of Barovia.
Yeah, but you said the Velaki girl, not the Barovian girl. See what I mean?
That's fair.
Yeah. See, because you don't want to, like, yes, you're Barovian, but you're Velaki first because it's where you live.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same with her. She's not Vistani. She's Ramoni, which is different. Makes sense.
Okay, but like how? Like I've never heard that word before.
It's a different tribe. From what she told me, they're like y'all. They're not allowed to leave. Only the Vistani are.
So it's a different tribe of the same people.
No, but they're, see, the Velaki, not the Velaki, the Vistani, they can leave. They can come and go as they please,
Right, because they do whatever the devil wants, and so they get benefits for that.
Yes, the Romani, they don't get that. They're stuck here just like
don't.
y'all. Yeah, the reason she's tanner is because it's not because she can go out in the sun like the Vistani can. It's just because that's how her tribe's people are. They are of a darker pigment.
Cinna would be proud of you, by the way.
Much like Cinna. Cinna doesn't tan because she's like my friend that was here. She's not that way because she's in the sun all the time. She's that way because she's not white or pale as we are. That's just her natural skin color.
Or green.
Green, exactly.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
How come no one knows this though?
Well, I mean, like you didn't want to, associate with her because she looks Vistani,
Well, yeah. I mean, she looks like them. She dresses like them.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure she grew up like in the woods out there, or like around or whatever.
She might have, but people don't know because y'all don't talk to her like I have done for the past few days I've been here. I got to know her as we spoke, and these are things she's told me.
Damn. I mean, well, a lot of people.
You see her and you automatically assume, right?
Yeah, I did.
See?
I mean, I never really thought about it just because, like, that's I mean, that's what we thought she was, and assumed because of that, like, no one wanted to buy potions from her because we all assumed that they were like fake or whatever, that she was lying to us.
See, but she wasn't lying. I got some stuff here. Hold up the teddy bear. I hold up the blue viscous substance I just got, and then the dust. And I go, I know these will all work because I've had a few things from her, and I know they work. And like I said, I know she's not Vistani because I've talked to her. So that's all it is. You just
She made you a little stuffed bear?
No, it's what's inside the bear.
Oh.
Taps it. You wanna try it out?
What are you talking about? What is that?
You want to do it? We'll have some fun on this patrol. As I unzip the bear, pull it out, and I pop it open, and I go ahead and do it. And I do it on the 2 fingers, and I do it right under the nose, and I go, just do that, bro.
Okay, bro. I trust you. Okay, and we're gonna switch over to we're gonna switch back then over to the group. Let me get off my checklist here.
So Sitch,
That was good.
So between each one, we're not going like straight from one to the other. There's going to be a little bit of time passing between the two.
Yeah.
So we are going to pick up with the group. You guys have left out the gate and are pretty close to the Vistani camp at this point. And I have one question for you guys. Did you take the main road instructions that Aragal gave you several days ago that is just the easiest way to get to the Vistani camp? Or did you try and follow the super confusing, thorny shortcut that Aragal's niece Arabelle had showed you?
Who was
Road
leading
instructions.
Us? Who was leading us?
I think at the time we got to the point where you're supposed to like either go a shortcut or the main road. And Six like started to go to the main road, looked back and remembered everybody's like distaste at what happened like last time where he like I think he critted and everybody else kind of just trudged along.
Yep.
And then he's like, oh shit, sorry, and like goes down the main road.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think
Main
Kat,
road.
like when he turns around, she's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, you remember, great, thank you. I also have Child with me right now. I have Cat.
I'm with child.
It's a cat, not a child.
I'm with cat.
Cat, it is a cat.
Cat.
With Child.
I am become cat.
Okay. So yeah, you guys are so as you had left out the gate and were walking down the road, you were told to follow wagon tracks essentially. And as you were walking down this fallish road to the west, you were looking and you saw the wagon tracks. They led into the woods, and you basically followed those for a while. It did take longer. So much easier though. Was there anything you guys wanted to talk about before I introduce that scene?
I'll mention I'll mention to Six in the party, I guess, by consequence. That Dane gave me a journal that he found. I start to say diary, then I correct myself and say journal.
But did you read it?
I haven't yet.
We should wait till we get out the rain.
Yeah.
First.
I have this umbrella with me, but I don't really want to walk and read at the same time. I'll run into something.
Okay. So as you guys follow the wagon tracks, you approach the familiar site of the Velaki Vistani camp. You follow these cart tracks you follow these cart tracks and see the familiar site of the random wooden houses that are built into the side of the hill like spokes on a wheel. As you remember from last time, there are sort of taller men that guard each one. But you can see up at the top of the hill, there's a lot more movement and activity. Despite the fact that it's raining, there are a bunch of like tents, tarps, and everything set up. Smoke coming from fires that are being burned, and wherever the Vistani are up there, it looks and sounds like they're all back, and that their setup is dry and warm.
Yeah, head up there.
All right. So you head up the hill, and you see that they are already sort of they are already like in the midst of a celebration. Like this was gonna happen today, whether you guys showed up or not. Yeah. You can see a lot more Vistani men, women, children. You didn't really see children whenever you were at the Sir Pole camp. It looked like it was more like adults. If anything, like late teens, early 20s was like the youngest that you saw. But there's a little bit more of a diverse crowd here. Most of them you don't recognize because there was only so many that you saw. But you would see, you remember you remember Aragol, the Vistani that you had met on the road, the one who promised you the sugar for his niece's birthday present. He is sitting on the ground, just like playing a stringed instrument, just like chilling and being cool uncle, you know. His brother, who is Arabelle's father, Lavash, sort of like bigger man. Aragol's a little bit more like wiry, a little bit more roguish, so to speak. Lavash, his brother, Lavash, his brother, is a little bit more of like the bigger, brawlier kind of type. Still like long black hair, and I can throw some images on here for you.
Ooh, yes, please.
Yeah, some NPC tokens. Okay, so you see Aragol. He is playing his stringed instrument. You see Lavash, who is kind of like the bigger, beefier fella. There was another younger sort of like teenage Vistani that looked like he was whenever you showed up, it looked like he was in the middle of like receiving some sort of like punishment. He is there as well. He still looks a little sullen and off to the side, but he's like, he has food, you know, he's not like being mistreated or anything, but he seems to be a little bit more off to the side. Lavash is the one that's kind of like in charge of like organizing the food. He seems kind of like a patriarchal figure in this sort of setting. He's not cooking or anything, but he's not cooking or like in charge of anything, but it looks like he's sort of making sure that everything in this celebration is going okay. That like everyone's happy, everyone's warm, everyone has drinks that they need, everyone has the food that they need, and then you also see like Arabelle, who for whatever reason I never made a token for, but you know what she looks like. As you're looking around, you see Arabelle, and she seems to be kind of off in a corner, also by herself, but more of like because of her own sort of volition, and she is sort of just sitting on the floor, just like her uncle Aragol is, but in a different place. And she has the doll set up in front of her, the one with all the interchangeable heads. And she seems to be playing with it for now, which I might go into detail in a second. But as you come in, Aragol notices you, and he's playing his stringed instrument, and he kind of yells out, "Is aha! Georgios, they're back. They've come for a celebration because of their good deeds to us Vistani people." And everyone seems to already know exactly who you are. They look to you. They're happy to see you. They raise their food and drinks. Lavash rushes over and says, "You showed up. This is very good. We're very happy to see you. Please sit anywhere you are comfortable. Meet with our family, our people. Grab some food. I'm so sorry that we are out of wine at this moment, so it is not a proper celebration. But you'll be fed by us tonight. You will get out of the rain. You'll be warm and dry, and you will be tanked, treated as one of us."
When he mentions wine, I reach back and pull out my jug and I just point to the cork, and I hand it to Arx. And I'm like, okay, this is the wine, and then I go find a place to sit and read.
They've already tried the cookies, right? I don't have to have them try cookies again, correct?
Why are you
Aragorn is
handing
definitely
wine?
They
They've
have
already-
had them. Aragol has at least said that he's had them before. He has perhaps brought them back. They may be familiar with it, but maybe not. But you're not entirely sure.
Great. Okay, this is what I do. Take out Miko, put it on the ground, get a little plate, tie it around her body, cookies on it. She goes around.
Okay. Between the cookies going around and Arx presenting the wine, which they did not expect to have, at first, silence falls. Conversation stops. Aragol stops playing his stringed instrument. Just amazement. washes over them. And then immediately they just like start talking again. Some of them are cheering. Some of them are getting up now and like sort of like pulling you to sit down with them, to like give you food, to sort of like hear about like who you are and like where you come from. And you hear these like whispers. You remember being called Giorgio before,
Yeah.
meaning like not Vistani. There's a different word that they're using now that sounds similar, but you're not sure what it means. You hear like whispers of Gigato. Like they're saying that word.
Arx would ask whichever one that they were kind of pulled down next to, like sit and be fed food and stuff, and go, what does that word mean?
Gigato, and the woman who pulls you down, sort of like pokes at your armor, and says, like us, you take care of our own and you provide for us. You are one of us. Still pale, but one of us. Gigato, and she pokes your finger. So just like everything about you just like makes these people happy from like what you've done for them.
Would it make you would it make me seem more like one of you if I wasn't so pale?
You don't have to change anything about you.
Well, that's sweet of you
You are
guys.
one of us who you are. Your actions, not your skin.
I feel like one of you.
You are one of us. Sit. You give us all drink. Have some yourself.
I sit and have some drink. It's not beer, so Arx drinks. As long as it's not beer.
It's not beer. Okay. You guys are all swept up in this celebration. Senna, you're kind of off to the side. You're reading. You're reading. Most people are kind of in this celebration, so you are one of the few that's kind of off to your side. You're reading. Aragol is kind of doing his own thing, playing music and stuff like that. Every now and again, someone will sit down next to him and play a song with him or something with their own instrument. But otherwise, he's just kind of like solo vibing. And you're kind of like taking in all the sort of like oddities around the party. And you take another look over at Arabelle, who seemed to be like playing with her new doll. It looks like what she's doing is you notice something else that she has in front of her. It was kind of a little too dark to see just with the firelight, the torchlight, and everything. But now that you're observing her, she has a deck of cards in front of her. And she looks like she is kind of laying the cards out. And you recognize this. It looks like it's the same pattern that Madame Ava predicted your fortune with the Taraka deck. You didn't stay for your personal fortune, but you at least recognize that this must be the same sort of cultural seer magic sort of thing. And it looks like she's laying out cards and then kind of like talking to herself or talking to the doll, and then she scoops up the cards, replaces the head on the doll, and then like shuffles the cards and like tries to do like other fortunes with it. That's what she's doing over in the corner there.
Okay, that sounds kind of interesting. I'll close the book, put it in my pack, and start heading that way.
Okay, so you walk over to her, and she seems really focused on what she's doing. Like she's trying to figure something out. But even then, she is immediately aware of your presence. Okay. And without you having to ask, she says, she's not looking at you. She's still like kind of focused on it, but she's obviously like talking to you and aware of you as soon as you walk up. And she says, I am still not good at interpreting. I'm trying to learn, like they all say I should. And I know it takes time, but I see things, but I don't know what they mean yet, and I have to keep trying to figure it out.
That's just how life is. We all see things every day that, we might not understand. You'll figure it out.
What she stops what she's doing and looks up at you, and she says, "What did Madame Eva see in you?"
I didn't really talk with her much. I didn't. I'm not a big fan of having someone else tell me what's going to happen.
She looks a little bothered by this, as if, such an idea is kind of unorthodox or unexpected. And she holds out the deck to you and sort of like makes an offer of like, do you want to try now? She doesn't say this. This is her body language.
Sure. How do I do it? Do I just sit down?
She moves the doll aside, giving you the seat of honor.
Sorry, Barbie.
All right.
And
what do you see?
She puts the deck in front of you, and she says I will draw a card, and if I see visions, I will tell you what I see, but I won't know what they mean. It might not work. I don't know.
Hey, no harm, no foul.
She takes the first card off of the deck, and she places it in front of you. It is a man holding a mask, and on it says, "The Charlatan." And you look at this card and look up at her, and she kind of has this far off look on her face. And her mouth just like starts to move kind of on its own accord. And after a second, she says, "The woman who knows your name, she can't breathe. The hounds of hell, they guard her and call to you." And she blinks and she's breathing a little heavier now, and she looks down at the card and up at you, and she says, Not as good as Madame Eva."
Excuse me. And then I stand up and walk away.
She watches you very curiously. You don't know this. This is for the audience and no one else, or perhaps anyone who eyed this from afar. I don't know. She watches you curiously as you walk away, and then takes her doll and moves it back to where it was, and swaps the head and starts shuffling the cards again. We are going to switch back over to Dane and Izek.
Let's do this.
Okay. So you guys are walking. You guys are walking along the south wall, and Dane, you're kind of like taking a moment to take in this valley that Vallaki is situated in. It's got these like, as it's like raining. As long as you like don't look up too high of an angle, the rain doesn't get quite in your eyes. But there's like this low cloud that's like bringing in the moisture that you can see kind of like wrapping around this landscape that you're in. You can see some farmland kind of stretching out down, meeting the forest where the Vistani to be, and even on the horizon, you're not sure if you can tell if that's a low cloud or smoke coming from where people's settlement is. But the land's like on their own. They're drab, they're dismal, they're cold, but they're natural, and it's been a little bit of like an awkward silence. You also have your drug going right now.
Oh, me and Izzy.
So you're kind of like taking in everything, and Isaac was too. I'll change my narrative a little bit. It's not really as much of an awkward silence. It's more of like you guys took time to like not talk to each other, to like let the drug take its effects. And you're sort of like you're sort of seeing the world as this drug is showing it to you. And Isaac is the first one to break the silence. And as you're walking, he stops and kind of like puts his hand on your shoulder and stops you too.
So is he on my left or my right? So I can.
He's on your right. Yeah, he's on your right. And he looks. You look at him, and despite the fact that you're vibing with this drug, and he was too just a moment ago, he looks a little distraught, like something's weighing on him, and he goes, "Bro, I feel bad about this. I gotta complain to you about something."
What's up? What's good? What happened?
I know how to read.
What?
I didn't want to make you feel dumb,
I don't feel dumb because I can't read one language. I can read and write 2 different ones.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just the way around here that everyone communicates, and I was so ready to like jump to make you feel safe, and I've just been thinking about that, and it just.
Now that I think about it, you're the fucking captain of the guard. It makes sense that you can read and write.
I know. That's it was silly for me to have said that in the first place.
Damn, it's good. It happens.
Hey, but you know what I've been thinking though. I think this is gonna make both of us feel better. Bro, I could teach you how to read.
Yeah, we could do that. That'd be fun.
I mean, I feel like that should have been. I feel like that should have been, my role all along. That's what a big brother does. Teaches little bro how to read.
I think normally it's the parents, but you're kind of all I got. So yeah.
Yeah, our parents aren't around, bro.
Yeah. Do they have like a? Did you like make like a grave or anything for them, even though you didn't have bodies?
You know what? I never did. I think I got swept too much in my own survival, and then thrown in that orphanage. And I don't know if I ever really like made that peace.
Maybe that's something we could do too.
I mean, how would we do that?
I mean, you don't need a body. We just, there's a cemetery here. We can go buy 2 gravestones and a plot to have them put in. Just a place for honestly, it's kind of for. You should probably find that closure. You know him better than I did. Might help take
Bro,
some
we
stuff.
both need that.
Yeah, it might take some like some unconscious stuff off our shoulders.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
This is something that we should both do.
Yeah.
I'm just really looking forward to having you in my life, being in your life. Bro, I'm gonna teach you how to read. We're gonna make peace with mom and dad. Maybe I can move out of the Baron's house. We can find our own place. Does that sound cool?
Well, gotta slow down a little bit. So I'm here, my group, my friends. We're here looking for another friend of ours, sister, is like his dying wish to find her, and she's here somewhere. What was her name? Out of character. What was her name again?
Sylvina.
It's Sylvina. And we're looking for her because she's here somewhere, and that's something I have to complete for him because he saved my life a few times. Maybe you can come with us on this adventure.
Bro, I would love to come with you on this adventure. I was gonna like, have you stay here with me, but like if you need this, if this is what you got going on, then you're my family. I have this whole thing going on, in Vlocky and everything, and I keep everyone safe, and I make sure that everyone's happy, and I force the rules, and I'm good at my job, but like, family comes first, and above all else, you are my family. I got to do that for you. I got to make sure that you're safe because, I mean, you were there, just like outside the house, right? When your friend like threatened me, that's not cool, bro.
But it's like we're blood, you know, but
Yeah.
it's been how many hours since we've met, you know?
Only a few.
Yeah, and so like he feels, you know, even though he's small and green, I see him and he probably sees himself as a bit of a father figure, and that's all it is. Because you know, like he just wants to make sure I'm safe as much as you want to make sure I'm safe. You know, that's all it
Well,
was.
Why that upset me, you know, what that makes me worry about is that, you know, I'm not afraid of him hurt. I can obviously see that he cares for you,
Yeah.
but you know, I worry that he might be leading you into unsafe situations. You know, like now that I'm here for you, I'm gonna make sure that, you know, that you're not in danger. If you are, I'll protect you.
It's not that simple though, because you know, we go to the other night when the devil appeared. None of us knew that happened. I was just trying to get some bones back into the church, and then he appeared. You never know when danger is gonna happen. You can't. It's not so black and white.
I don't know, man. Maybe this whole quest for you is just it's just something that attracts a lot of danger, and I'm afraid of that. And you know, at this point, then I definitely have to come with you. I have if it's that dangerous, I got to make sure that you're okay.
Yeah. And if you come, we can make sure I'm okay. We can, you know, protect everyone. It's really, while we're on this quest, we're gonna try to find a way to get rid of the devil as well, because that seems to be the path it's leading us on.
Bro, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That idea is going to get you killed.
Nah, bro, it's gonna get.
Bro, you listen to me. This is you. How you talking about? How many hours that you have known me? How many days have you known what this place is like? Everything that we do to keep these people safe because of how dangerous
Yes,
the outside lands are.
But think
And
about it. You know,
if you think that you can face them, that's the danger that I'm afraid they're leading you to.
no, it's not that they're leading. I came on this willingly. I didn't have to come here to help look for her. I chose it.
What does this missing person mean to you?
She's the dying wish of a dead friend, and I'd do anything to. He like I said, he helped save my life on a few times. So if I don't do everything in my power to do what he asked of us, then I can't. What's the point of living? You know?
Even if it gets you killed?
If it's for the sake of his sister being free of this place and all the people in this valley being safe, I would gladly die for these people. And if that's something you can't seem to do, maybe you shouldn't be lieutenant of the guard and protect the few people you do.
Bro, that's not cool.
I'm just saying it as it is, man. If you've got a hard time seeing how to protect the whole valley, then
I do exactly what the Baron asked, because he has told me that is what's going to help these people. That's what's going to save everything. And you're questioning how I go about my job.
And then let's go there. You're questioning how from what I've seen, the best course of action for this whole valley is killing the devil. Almost let it slip there. Is killing the devil and freeing everyone of this curse. Not just keeping Vallaki safe, but the whole valley of Barovia. And if, like I said, if there's anything I can do to get that to come true, I'll do it.
Bro, I'm
like
telling
the
you,
other
it's a
day,
suicide mission.
The other day, I almost died just protecting Vallaki. And I would have been happy to do that.
You know what? Defending Vallaki is one thing, but attacking an insurmountable force, I'm telling you, it's a suicide mission.
Nothing is unkillable, bro.
You don't know that.
I don't not know it either.
If it comes to it, I'm making sure that you don't die. I'll die for that. I'll die for you, bro.
You gotta come with us then, man. If it happens, here, I pull out 50 gold from my pocket. Here. If I can kill him, if we can kill him, you owe me 50. If we can't, I owe you 50.
I don't like joking about this, dude.
Ah, it's not a joke. I'm dead serious right now.
He pauses and just says, "Come on, there's a lot more wall that we gotta check out." And just keeps walking ahead into the rain.
Alrighty.
Okay, we are switching back into the Vistani camp. Everyone's had a chance to party it up, to drink and eat now that there is actually booze there. Cookies are going around. There's music. There's conversation. Cinna had a weird thing happen to her, but now that everyone's like had a chance to like get accustomed with everyone, what is everyone else doing at this party? What does everyone want to be doing at this party?
I think Kat is definitely following Miko around with the cookies and just like, hey everybody. But she also goes to like the kids and is like, listen, what do you all think of this cat? Have you seen a cat before?
She goes to Kat goes to Arabelle about this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing is Arabelle the only kid there? I imagine she's like with friends or.
Oh
whatever.
no, there's other kids.
Perfect.
Arabelle is kind of like set aside. The other kids are kind of like kind of like playing around.
I go right to her then. I'm like, Arabelle, hi, how are you? Have you had a cookie yet?
She kind of like holds one up and she smiles real big. She's real happy about this cookie.
Wonderful. What do you think of the cat? Is it too much?
She looks at the cat and she's very interested in it, and she kind of like reaches out her hand, and Miko comes up and does the little cat bonk on her on her hand. Yeah, gets into it, and this really delights. Arabelle's in a good spot right now between a cookie and a skeletal cat. She's having a great time, and she says, "What's her name?"
Miko.
Miko.
Yeah.
I like
cool,
her.
Right? She's great. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Want to get a little bit of kid insight on how this is, because listen, adults can be really party poopers, I don't want them to be like, it's a skeletal cat,
Adults don't understand.
Thank you. See, Arabelle, you get it. And I give her another cookie. I'm like, you earned it. And I walk away.
She is stoked. Yeah, she has another cookie now.
And then I'm like, Miko, do your thing. And then Miko stands up on her hind legs, does a backflip, catches all the cookies, and then is just like, and then cool shades come down, like the cool guy shades.
From the fucking ethereal plane.
Okay, yeah. Whatever, that happens. No one can explain it. Even cats, even cats surprised.
I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Okay, Arcs and 6.
6 is he goes to find like the center of where like all the music, like when you sit in the center of the auditorium, whatever that space is called, where all the like sound converges.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna go and like find that spot in the tent and just like sit back, have a plate of food in front of him, and just kind of like lean back and observe what's all going on. He probably saw Cinna and Arabelle doing their thing and just nodded and went and just observed everything while listening to all the music.
Yeah, so there is kind of like a sort of like a main tent, where like there's like a middle. The main tent is actually kind of where is kind of where like the loners are at. There's kind of like various other tents that are on where there's like tables and like some people are gambling, and kind of like side tents. It's this middle tent where there's like the core fire with like a big smoke chimney up the top. That's kind of where Aragol has himself set up, is in that little main tent area. And that's where like other people will come and like kind of play instruments with him. That is, surprisingly enough, that's like kind of like where you can find the sort of corners tucked away is in this middle core area. Everyone's kind of like scattered around like the sort of like ring of tents around this middle one, but in the middle you can find a spot that's not too far from Aragol, and he sort of like sees you vibing, and he kind of like changes this. He kind of like fades out whatever he's playing at that moment, and fades into a different song. And this song, what he must have just like seen or just like read your emotions on your face, because this other song just sort of like perfectly vibes with your mind, like whatever you were thinking or feeling, he was able to like detect it and kind of like adjust his music playing to match what you're wanting.
Yeah, you definitely just like had his eyes closed for a little bit, like leaning his head back, and then the music changes, like opens it up and like watches him do it, and is just like not locking eyes with him, but just like watching the instrument and him play it.
Arx, what are you up to?
You muted. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
No,
I fixed it already. Calm down. So I think what Arx would have done is just slowly, after sitting down, drinking the wine, just kind of stood back, observed all the people all around. Looked at Aragorn playing his instrument. Looked at his brother that I'm now blanking on the name of.
Lavash.
Yes, Lavash. I was like, I have it. I don't have it written down on this page. So yeah, watch Lavash. And then we hadn't actually met this teenage dude. We had just seen him before, right? Or am I
you've seen him, but you haven't had the chance. No one's interacted with him yet. He's kind of whereas Cinna and Aragal and Arabelle have kind of chosen to find their own solace within the mass of like party and people, it seems like the party is kind of avoiding him.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, so upon seeing that, everybody's avoiding him, Arx would definitely go over and talk to him.
Yeah. So you walk over to him. Is there any? Do you want to say something first, or are you just gonna stand there and wait for him to talk?
I'm gonna stand there for like a couple minutes, see if he talks. If he doesn't, then I jump in with something. Out of 6 book.
Okay, so it does take an uncomfortable amount of time, but well within the amount of time that you are willing to wait. But he kind of just looks at you and almost grumpily goes, what do you want?
I'm just, curious on who you are.
My name is Alexi, and I am in trouble.
What are you in trouble for?
Because it's my fault that Arabelle was kidnapped by this stupid, drunk Villaki man. I was supposed to be watching her, but how can you watch her? She always gets away from everyone, and it was just my watch that it happened to be that something actually bad happened to her.
So if she's getting away from everybody, then it's not necessarily your fault.
No, but when something
bad
happened
to anybody watching her, though.
See, exactly. That is what I think, but this is the way we treat things. Is when we do something wrong, the big celebration is not for us.
Oh, so you don't get any of the wine or the cookies or the food?
What?
No, and you should stop teasing me.
But what if I brought you some anyway?
It's not allowed. You're not a Vistani, but
I am a Gigato, is that what it was?
Gigato.
Gigato. I was
Gelato.
close on my spelling, but I am a Gigato. So what if I brought you some?
Why do you care so much about us? Even if we say that we are not supposed to be a certain way, that we are not deserving of kindness.
Why wouldn't you be deserving of kindness.
From what I have done, from how our people are viewed, you see through all of this. Why?
Just because people are... I'm trying to figure out my wording. Arcs would definitely be better at this than me. Just because people are viewed as... Fuck, what's the word?
Different?
Yeah, we'll go with different. Just because people are viewed as different doesn't mean there's anything wrong with them. Doesn't mean they should be outcast or shamed or treated differently. So the fact that the townspeople do that to you is already something I have a problem with.
Something you have a problem with. What are you going to do about it?
I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure out how we can change the town people's minds on that. And it may just, be taking out some people in power there.
Your thoughts are ambitious. And perhaps a lost cause, perhaps more trouble than we are worth. But
it's not more trouble than you're worth.
The words all the same. They are meaningful. If you bring a celebration to me, I should not accept it, but I will. Not because I deserve it, but because you do.
Now the question is, if I bring a celebration to you, will I get in trouble with the rest of the Vistani?
Compared to what you have done for us, no one will really care.
So I don't have to hide that I'm bringing you a celebration.
It was your idea in the first place, wasn't it? Not mine.
Right. You told me no. I'm gonna force it upon you.
Jesus,
okay.
Savannah, consent.
Consent, please.
Yeah, so I feel like, conversation ended. Arx is gonna go get some wine and then bother Cat and get some cookies and get some food and bring it back to him.
Okay. Cinna, are you doing anything different since the last time we checked in on you?
Just getting through that book. Trying to find interesting tidbits.
Is she reading the journal?
Yeah. Yep.
Let me give that document to you, and I'll let you read it to yourself.
Okay.
While I switch over to Dane and Isaac.
I probably have a plate of food as well.
Yes, I'm sure you do. Cinna, this document is now in your handouts folder.
Yep.
Scene fades away, and try your hardest to read while we're talking, and I know it's going to be hard for you.
Mute us.
The scene fades back to Dane and Isaac, walking along the wall. This stretch of wall, there's actually an amount of farms that kind of jut up to it. You're getting close to where the market gate is. If you recall, Dane, that was the big sort of like farmers market grocer square where agricultural goods are brought, and that was the moment that you remember this place because that was the moment when Strahd appeared in the sky. During that chase scene and everything, when you summoned the spectral ravens to help Arx get away.
I slap him on the shoulder. I'll point up to the sky or about where Strahd appeared, and I go, see that right there in the sky?
Yeah.
That's where I first saw the devil on that flaming horse.
That was a rough day, man.
Yeah. And then over there, I summoned a flock of ravens to protect someone over there.
That's actually incredibly rad.
Yeah, and then I point one more place, and I go, there?
Yeah.
There I saw a man standing to protect some more people when he was killed by the magics of one of the vampires.
Dude, I didn't know they could do magic. What's up with that?
Yeah, I don't know. It was like a green orb of some sort.
That's fucked up, man.
It's real fucked up, man.
As you guys are talking, so the way that this place is set up is that there's a road that leads up to this gate. It's not as big as the Svalich road that leads in from the east and west, but it's kind of like a crappy road that leads through the middle of the agricultural areas to the south of the wall. So for those who kind of like grew up outside of the wall of Valaki, unless you're kind of like further out in the woods, like this is probably the outer community that those outside of the wall would grow up in when you hear about that. And as you guys are talking, someone runs up to you. You hear them say, Captain, there you are. Please help us right now. And in the conversation is kind of interrupted, and Isaac turns, and he's like, oh yeah, what can we do for you? What's wrong? And she was like, I need you to settle a dispute for me. Come right now. He's like, okay, yeah. If there's a fight, I'll make sure that no one's fighting anymore. And you kind of like go with him and get dragged down to this sort of fence line. And there's a woman that's kind of like standing out in this field. She is kind of doing some aimless, repetitive work. Give me an insight check real quick, actually.
There it is.
Do you have your character sheet up?
Yeah, I was just there's look at it because it's so small on the character sheet. Like it takes me a minute to like find stuff when I first look at it.
No, sure, you're good. So with a 9 insight,
oh wait,
you're looking at
wait. Does my it's perception.
Yeah,
it's perception that my drug does though.
Is it just perception?
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck it. I'll give it to your insight as well. Roll with advantage.
It'd be a passive 16 with it.
Is that what I told you?
Yeah, that's what you told me.
Okay, sure. It's the rules I made up for my own invented drug, so that's what I said.
It's a passive 16.
Okay, yeah, with a passive 16. So yeah, just a reminder that you are on drugs right now, and you're kind of like hone in on different things. Like your perception has been enhanced, and you kind of like notice different details. And when you look at people, you kind of like notice specific things about them. Your attention is really sort of like heightened whenever you're under the effect of this drug. And this woman, the way that she is kind of like the woman that's kind of like in the field, not the one that dragged you, the woman that's in the field, like kind of where she's bringing you, she looks very blank faced, and her motions are so sort of like rhythmic that you get a kind of like familiar feeling, in your head, and you're like, oh, this chick reminds you of Reek. That the soulless child. So she just has those emotions that remind you of like what you know to be a soulless person to be.
Yeah.
And
hollow, if you will.
Hollow, yes. That's actually a really good word. And she, the woman who dragged you over, says, brings you and says, her goat has been over my fence eating my grass all week, and I have told her multiple times that she needs to take care of it, and she still has not, and I am tired of having to deal with it. This needs to be corrected. And Isaac Isaac's like, okay, I'll go ask her about it. If she has been letting her goat eat your grass, then obviously she's gonna need to be taught better. We'll make sure that she knows not to do that. We'll take care of it. And he's like, come on, Dan, we'll look at this.
It's a soulless woman. It's her goat.
Yes, her goat.
Okay.
And Isaac sort of like walks over the fence. And walks over, and she says, and Isaac says, your neighbor has been complaining that your goat is eating her grass on her property. We can't let this happen. What do you have to say for yourself? And the woman that's kind of like doing this repetitive motion stops, and she kind of blankly says, her fence broke and she still hasn't fixed it. It isn't my fault that the goat is over there.
Makes sense to me.
And Isaac says, well, her grass has her production is now less though because of you. There has to be something, and he's, bro.
I mean,
what do you think?
I mean, if she's, like, you gotta let the goats out to graze. It's not her fault the goats are going through the broken fence to graze. Like, yeah, her protections are her production and the profit she'll make from it is gonna be lower, but that's not really this woman's fault here. You know, she lets her goats out in the morning, probably like most people do, brings them back in the evening. That's what you do when you raise goats.
He kind of like pulls you aside and he's like, okay, but like, what do we tell the other woman? Like, she, like, these goats have been eating her land.
I look up, can I see the broken fence from where we're at?
You can, yeah.
I like point at it and I go, just tell her to fix it. I go, here, how about we tell the woman that it won't happen again? How about me and you take the time to just repair it with the stuff that's here? Like with, you know what I mean? We'll just fix the fence real quick. It'll look good for you. It'll look good for me and the people I work with. And I'm an outsider, so I can tell from the looks I get, I'm not trusted that well. So how about we just, you know, take a few minutes, fix the fence, boost your reputation a lot more than what it is, boost mine a lot more than what it is, and help out this lady.
What do you mean about my reputation and what it is?
No, I mean, like, you know, like, you're the captain of the guard. It's boom. But could you imagine, you know, you over here helping out the small folk? How much further it'll go up? That's good. It's
I mean,
not
that's just me doing my job.
Exactly. And you know how good it's gonna look when you could, like, when you do your job and then you go out, you go a step further to help out the people out here. It's gonna look real good, man.
I don't know, man. I still think that she should be compensated for what she lost. You know, this woman probably like owes her some amount. That's, you know what, we'll fix the gate for her. We'll take the money from the goat lady.
I know. No, we don't. I'll pay. I'll do it. I know another little boy just like her. From what I've seen, these people don't have. They seem like hollow on the inside. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, have you met more people like this?
Yeah, there's a lot of them in Vallaki.
And it's you know, it's not their fault they're like that, you know. And I don't think she should be punished for being like that. And you know, like, she's
okay,
she's
but
right.
if she wasn't, then she would be punished.
No, if she wasn't like this, she would have been better about keeping her goats off there. You know what I mean? But because she's hollow, it's, you know what I mean. She doesn't see the world as we do. They see it a different way. So we'll fix the gate, and I'll pay out of my pocket for it.
I mean, just the way that things work around here is that, like, if she can't keep her goats off the property, then that's on her to be corrected about that.
And I mean, if this lady can't fix the hole in her fence, it should be her fault for it also being eaten, shouldn't it? I mean, there's two sides to it. You know, there's two sides to a coin. Yes, it's her fault for letting the goats get in there, but it's also the other lady's fault for not fixing her fence, which she should have. I mean, you know what I mean?
Bro, you're right.
I asked the lady whose goats it is. Go, how long has her fence been broken?
6 days.
You know, I look back. Oh, that's 6 days. She's had to fix it. 6 days. Her crops wouldn't have been eaten. You know what I mean? That's a long time. It takes, like, we're about to go fix it. Let's see how long it takes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. So what you're saying is that they should both be punished.
No, I'm saying I'll compensate this woman. This lady knows, like, hey, I tell the lady, go, just keep an eye on your goats. You see a broken fence, don't let them go in there. This is such a small petty thing. I don't see why they need to be punished any further than being, you know, told, like, we'll go, like, when we go fix this lady gate, we'll just tell her, hey, next time your fence breaks, fix it right away so this doesn't happen.
How do we know that that's enough?
Because she's losing profits from it. It's obviously affecting her.
There's other ways, though, to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
And is that the mind altering way?
I mean, maybe if it's that severe, but if it's just a first thing, then some time in the stocks will probably make her never want to do that again.
Yeah, but then you gotta think the time that they spend in the stocks, that's taking even more time away for them to work on their fields and with the goats. That's taking away, food for the people here in Valaki. It's taking away their time for them to make their profits with their crops and the goats. Being in the stocks helps I'm sure there's times for it to help, but right now it's not really going to change anything. You're just going to ruin both their lives a little further. Right now we just tell this lady stop letting her goats get in there. We tell this other lady fix your fence when it breaks, and we'll fix it right now, and I'll pay her whatever she's lost, and we're good to go.
I want to trust you on this. I know you're a smart guy, and I know that you can
Blush a little.
come up with smart solutions. But maybe I can bring this up to the Baron and see what he thinks. If there's a better way to be doing things.
I don't think we need to bring. I think we'll just fix this now, and it shouldn't happen again. We'll tell this lady, and we'll have her tell all the other farmers around here, when your fence breaks, fix it. If you don't want animals going in there eating your crops. That should be something so simple, though. If let's say this was my plot of land here, as soon as I saw a fence break, I'd fix it right away. I wouldn't want this happening to me. I think this woman who has her crops eaten she's not a go-getter.
He says, okay, and essentially what he does is implement your plan. You guys take a little bit of time to help rebuild this fence, give a little money. The soulless woman seems indifferent towards the whole situation.
I figured she would, though.
As you would be figured. The other woman seems a little unhappy about the situation, that she she didn't get the sort of retribution that she was expecting, and with your guys' heightened perceptions, whenever you finish fixing it, is it kind of hones in on her behavior and says, hey, this is the solution that we're doing, and if you're not happy about it, and don't worry, if this ever happens again, we'll make sure that you understand to do things right the next time. But right now you should take this as goodwill, with the festival being tomorrow, and be happy about our solution. And that's where we're gonna end that scene.
Shit.
Switch the camera back over to the Happy Vistani party.
Yeah, it's the vibes are so fucking different.
I love this dichotomy, these different vibes.
I feel bad for you, Thomas. You're going from up to down.
Super high, super low.
You're on a fucking roller coaster, man.
You gotta teach these people how to do morals. I don't know.
I'm kind of sweating right now.
I'm over here trying to you know what I mean? I feel like I did good with that,
These deep conversations about morals and race, and then here's fucking the next scene, jump cut right to Cat with this plate of cookies on the back of the cat's back.
As the party is progressing, is there anything else that each person wants to try and do, an activity they want to participate in, someone they want to talk to, other way to sort of or how else they're spending their time?
I think Cat is still just walking around having a good time with Miko.
Cat's just sort of like the life of the party, just vibing. She's in the flow.
She's just doing it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I will hand the diary over to Six, with a simple remark. Yeah, that kid's fucked up. And then go join Cat probably.
Yeah, Six will Six gets up and sees Senna get up and go and switch places pretty much. And Six gets the book and goes and sits down in front of Arabelle and just points over to Senna and goes, I guess some artists don't like having their picture painted for them.
I know the future can make people uncomfortable. Maybe that's one reason they don't like us.
Yeah, future is. It's hard to. Some people are uncomfortable with knowing what's ahead of them.
What lies ahead of you?
Sits down, has the book in his lap, and just stares at her.
A little bit of reading.
I've got some reading ahead, but what do you see?
She takes out the Taraka deck. Let me shuffle it again. Not a very good shuffle, and these cards are frankly shit. These are prop game cards more than they are playing cards.
Prop game cards.
She pulls out the cards, and she shows you a card with this monstrous form on it. And on it says the Beast. And she says, she looks at you, and her eyes just kind of start looking through you. And she says, there is something out there. It's looking for you. I see it with a tree that bleeds. It's surrounded by swirling colors. And she sort of shakes out of her stupor again.
And like whenever she said Beast 6, since getting to the mansion has had his arms uncovered for the day, and just kind of like tries to hide them in himself, but relaxes near the end, and he goes, "Well, you pretty good at that, Arabelle. That was just about as good as Madame Eva's."
I don't know what it means, though.
We never really do. Nobody
What
really
did-
knows.
Did she tell you the same thing?
She told me. I pulled the Seer card last time, and said that mysteries of my past have been hidden from me and will come into my vision, and that I need to follow the ancient blood. And now with the bloody tree, I think you've helped me a great deal.
And she says, I wish I knew more.
Don't we all?
You, as you sort of, she sort of like goes back to what she, the conversation sort of like settles there, and you feel a hand on your shoulder as you're sitting there. You are about to start reading. You're about to start reading the journal, but you feel a hand on your shoulder, and you look up and you see Aragal standing over you. And that's you notice that there's still music playing, but his sort of like his whole sound that has been a part of it this whole time is absent now. You didn't sort of like, it didn't click until you saw him, but he's standing over you, and he says, "Desirs they see, but there is the knowledge that they often lack."
Yes.
You have yet to meet our Shay, our elder here at this camp.
I would be honored.
He is not here. You can come with me, though. I'll show you where he is. It's going to be a little cold. He motions. This line is a little cryptic, but he kind of like motions out of the tents and into the rain.
Looks back and looks for Arcs out in the crowd.
Yeah, where's Arcs at? Cinna and Catharini are vibing in the party.
Yeah.
They've kind of like fallen into it. Yeah, exactly.
Miko's,
Where's
doing
Arcs?
flips and stuff. She's
Where's
like,
Arcs right now?
Great question. So Arcs would have brought the food and celebration to Alexi, and then I'm trying to think of what Arcs did.
You guys have just been
that.
like chatting. Do you want to say that they've been like chatting?
Yeah, I can't think of anything else Arcs would have done. So just chatting.
Okay, with where Alexi is at, Arcs is within sort of like is within view of where Six is currently.
Yeah, Six is gonna like wave at her and then like, hey, come over.
Upon seeing Six do his "Come See Me" dance, Arcs will walk over there and just on the way like give him a look of what do you want? What's going on?
We've been invited to see the Shay. Is that what Alexi or Aragal called him?
Yeah, you may or may not
hold
recall.
on. There's somebody at the door. Hold on 1 second.
Do we want to take a bio break right now?
Yeah, real quick.
That'd be a great time.
Okay.
We'll be back.
We'll be right
in a
back,
couple minutes.
everyone.
I peed like 5
Okay. So Arcs and Six, you are walking down the hill through the rain with Aragol. It's just the three of you, and he says, Casimir, the oldest of the Dusk Elves, he's a bit of a grump, but he is the oldest person that I know. He might even be older than Strahd himself. So if anyone knows answers to whatever mysterious things you have seen through divisions of our people, he's likely to know. But one thing you should do you know anything about the Dusk Elves?
We been told by a guy in town that what did Rick Tavio tell us? I'm trying to remember what all he said
About the gnomes?
about the Dusk Elves.
The Dusk.
That they were here longer than the people, than the Barovians.
You just said they were old. That's all I really remember. I don't remember specifics.
So what he would have told you was that they were the conquering force before that was conquered by Strahd's army.
Yeah, conquered by Strahd. All right. Yeah, that's all I know, that they were conquered by Strahd.
Okay.
Or conquered by Tursky. Say Tursky.
You may notice some things about the Dusk Elves, like how few they are, and how there are no women. Do not bring these things up. Leave that at the door.
What was that? What was that first one? My ears kind of.
There are very few of them.
Very few. Okay.
Not many.
All
No
right.
women. Do not bring this up. I did not know if you knew all these things yet, but I wanted to make sure if you did.
All right.
It is sensitive.
All right. Yeah, we know, and like looks arcs, we know not to bring this up, right?
Not bringing it up.
Miko
Okay,
and Kat both salute.
So Miko and Kat are back at the party.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, we're chilling.
This is just six. This is just a Six and Arcs thing right now because we decided to split the party even more.
God, why do you keep doing this? Okay, got it.
I don't know. We're rolling with it. I don't care. We're going with it. I am into it. Okay. So at that, you make it to the bottom of the hill and you get to one of the houses. It's a little bit bigger of a house, and what you notice is that every other house is guarded by one tall figure. This one is guarded by two. And now that you're closer up to them, you can see that these are definitely elves. They have a sort of like a sort of like burnt orangey gray complexion to them. If you push sepia and black and white together and like grayscale together into a skin tone, for whatever reason I'm being this detailed. These are the Dusk Elves. This is a subrace of elf that doesn't exist anywhere else in canon. So that's why I'm being more specific.
Yeah.
And the elves sort of just like stand there and look at you. You see that they have these curved short swords on their hips, and they have these big longbows. Very stereotypical fantasy elf shit. And they say that they don't say anything. They just sort of like look at you. And Aragol says, "We are having a party up at the hill. I was pretty sure you all aware of it, but we don't see any of you there." And one of them just says, "We weren't interested. Well, we just wanted to speak with Casimir personally and see what he thinks." And he goes, "All right. But if he tells you to leave, you leave." He says, "Okay, that has always been the rule. I understand." He says, "Come with me." And Aragol leads you into this little... It's really more of a hovel than anything. It is a house that's built into the hill, and it is not very luxurious in there. There is bare furnishings, sort of like an earthy appearance to the inside, as if like you can tell that it's built into a hill. but otherwise it's very meager on the inside. And in there you see another elf man. This one is very old. I don't know what the oldest elf man is that you've seen, like age-wise. But this one is his hair is very gray. Typically, the signs of age do not really reach elves, even in their elder years. But this one, you can see crease lines forming in his skin, like indicating just how old he is, and he sort of like grunts and says, "Erigol, you know I don't like visitors." He says, "These are travelers from beyond the mists. They are curious about the lands they find themselves in. May have some leads about their own personal investitures that could use some old wisdom." He says, "I'll talk to these two, but they should know that whatever they hope to accomplish here, just like all the others, it will fail. You don't have to be so down, Casimir. If you came to some of our parties, then perhaps Erigal. I will talk to them. Thank you for being so welcoming to them, delivering them to me. If you're going to keep prattling, then I suggest you leave." And Erigal just sort of like shyly smiles to himself like he knows what he did. He's gonna be like, "I'll be back at the tent. It is warm there whenever you are ready to return." And he goes ahead and leaves. And you're and you're left there in this sort of like dark, small flame lit hovel with this old, grumpy elf man. And he grunts at you and says, "So, what is all of your plans?"
Well, we came here initially to find a lost friend, or the sister of a lost friend.
Yes, sir,
but
she's not dead.
We're not. She may be, for all we know, but we came here on a mission to find her, and dead or alive, we're gonna try.
Fair enough. As long as you're not cheerfully hopeful of what you'll find, that's okay with me.
I think we quickly learned in this place that there's not a lot of cheer and hope. And besides the festival going on, but it appears to be more and more that we're going to have to face the Terski, the devil people of Blocky Column. We've heard a little bit about him, but
you obviously haven't heard enough if you still think you want to face him.
I don't think we have an option on
yeah, I don't
facing
think it's
him.
an option right now. And like looks to Arx and says, there was a bones of a saint that we returned to a church that has the story been passed along to here?
I have heard the rumor of what happened here in the last few days.
Arx is the one that put the bones in the altar and caused Terski to vaporize. And
he may or may not be after me.
Go back to where he was.
Well, you have surely earned his ire then, if that is what you have done. But you should know that whatever your thoughts are, how do you think, let me ask you this, and I don't know why I'm getting so engaged in this, but you say you must face him. You plan to kill him? How do you intend to do this?
That's what we're asking for.
That's a great question.
Has there been anybody that has attempted I mean, I imagine there's been quite a few people that have attempted to kill him before, but we're
You're not
even
the
close.
first travelers from beyond the mist that have come for me, seeking knowledge and wisdom of these lands they have found themselves in. You know where they all are now?
In
Dead?
the ground.
You guessed it. Past, future, it's all the same. There is no killing him.
How sure are you of that?
Extremely.
You've heard of no ways that he might, no ways that he would have a weakness?
If there is, no one has discovered it yet.
What about red-haired women?
Red-haired women, this is not his weakness. This is his curse.
Curse.
What do you mean?
Do you have one such red-haired woman with you now?
We do.
Do you want her to live?
We would very much like her to.
We'd prefer that option.
If that is the truth, then trust me in these words. Her connection to him is something that you should withhold from her as long as possible. At some point or another, it will be made clear. But when that happens, there is never much time after. The doom always comes for them.
Sounds like what Arabelle told us. She had a vision when we rescued her. Said that go back to my session notes. I had it. Come on. Saying something like had seen there was many red-haired women, but there's at the same time there's only one, but she couldn't tell which one was the real one. So these were these people, these women. Who were they to him?
They are what he desires most. Always. One after another. But he cannot have them.
And that is his curse. How did Tatiana die? The first one.
If you care about your friend, you will not ask me this.
Very well. This is not about, maybe not about Terski or his curse, but have you heard anything of the ancient blood?
Where did you hear that term?
6 goes and he like grabs his bladed staff and just like hold on and like puts it on his lap and slices his thumb on the blade. I'm gonna take some flavor bleed. All right.
Very nice.
And then activates Rite of Dawn, and the light just comes out, and then he shunts it off and goes, I was forced upon it.
Here?
Outside. I outside. I worked for a man. Well, I was a slave to a man who had come into contact with, or who had found this blood. I don't know where or how he got it from, but this man was obsessed with blood and wanted to make this blood work for his own needs. And when he couldn't get it to work as something to boost his own powers, he used it as a punishment and injected it in me, tried to form a blood transfusion, took away all of my blood and put this inside me, and it killed me, but I was awoken again. And ever since, I've been able to do that.
Do you want to know where that blood came from?
Yes.
What do you know of the history of Barovia, these lands that we are in?
We've only known some of the history of what Terski has done since he's been here, conquered.
Do you know what happened before he came here?
Your people ruled the land. That's as far.
Do you
as
know
we
what happened before my people ruled the land?
No.
Before even the Dusk Elves arrived, there were already those who lived here, the original inhabitants, the ancient dwellers, so to speak. A series of different people, some traveled by wagon, others lived in the forest, some lived in the mountain. It is said that these people came from this land itself, that they were always here. Whatever old gods once existed, they created them from nothing else but the land here. These original inhabitants, they worshipped the old gods. And when some were exceptionally proficient in their piety, they were given gifts. Different gifts appear in different ways, but when one of the old folk were chosen, it is said that they possessed the blood of the ancients. Some of those powers, again, this is rare. It was rare then, when those folk were not common in these, when these folks were more common in these lands. They possessed abilities that you have shown to have yourself. Wherever that man on the outside obtained his blood, it was born here.
Well, just kind of stares at his hand, stares at the thumb. It's still kind of bleeding the light blood. Guess Dane isn't. It looks to Arx, and I guess Dane isn't the only one that's found his home.
I guess not.
Have there been any? I know you said it's rare, but have there been any rumors or anything about another person who has this?
Not recently. Not within the mortal lifespan. But every few generations, it still is shown to spring up. An exceptionally powerful mountain man, a gifted forest person, a Vistani with curious abilities.
What does Terski? Has he seen somebody with this ability?
To my understanding, Either this ability is hidden from him, or it is used by him.
All right. That has been a lot of information that has been held for me for a number of years, so I do thank you for that.
What will you do with it?
Madam Eva said I should follow the ancient blood. And that's I still don't know what that means, but it's led me here. I'll have to see where it takes me next.
Careful not to follow it too far. It will lead to your grave.
Well, it's happened before. I'm not scared of it happening again, but I don't want to wish myself into an early grave again.
What about you, Knight?
Yes.
How would you like to wish yourself to an early grave, since you already seem to have drawn the attention of the Dark Lord?
I'm not purposely wishing myself to an early grave. But if that's what happens in the process of helping the people, then that's what happens.
Altruism. I remember that. Was that all you came here for?
I do have another question. What do you know about Lady Wachter? Fiona Wachter. Is that her name?
Fiona Wachter,
Yeah.
the rich woman inside the walls.
Yeah.
She seeks power. She sees only things for herself.
Okay. We're at a bit of a crossroads right now. We've been tasked with dispatching one of the Baron's top agents. She told us that we need to do that in order to make Wallachia a better place to live. But this agent happens to be one of our friend's long lost brothers. And I guess I'm just looking for some sort of wisdom on whether or not I should trust this agent of his.
Here is my wisdom, my advice as you seek it. Leave. In your future, there seems to be death, but if the chaos that breeds within the walls is growing, that is all that waits here for you too.
I'll take your words into consideration. Wish we could leave this valley, but I think, like my old master said, the only way out is going to be in a body bag.
Well, as long as you are not deceiving yourself from that.
No, I think you have to be realistic about these things. Not every ending is happy.
No, it is not.
Happy endings are boring.
Even when you think it may be.
It's out of care. What's his name? Shay, or is that his title?
That's the title that Aragol did not that Aragol referred to him as the sort of like community elder.
And what's his name? I don't know.
Casimir.
Casimir. Well, Shay, Casimir, that's all the questions.
Please don't call me that.
Okay. Well, Shay.
No, I am not Vistani.
Oh, is there a name or a title I should call you?
Just call me Casimir.
All right, Casimir. words are wise, and I will take them into consideration.
Your expected action seems like you won't.
Well,
But
what
there's
else
nothing
can
I-
we do about our
But
actions?
there's nothing that I can do about that. There's nothing I could ever do about that, except more accurately guide travelers to their deaths.
Maybe someday it'll change.
I thought it would once. Centuries ago, I saw the light return. And I thought that perhaps this other group of fools finally found some way to do what I told them they could not.
Other group of fools.
And then a month later, the clouds return. The mist shrouded the valley once more. I laughed to myself. I knew the truth like I had never known it before.
Well, where did you guide these people to? Maybe we can learn from a mistake and live a little bit longer.
Their mistake is the same that everyone makes. They think they can kill the Dark Lord and that things will be okay. But that's not how it works.
Arts, did you have any questions?
I don't think so.
I thank you for your wisdom. Here's a bow.
Have fun at your party.
You could always come join the party.
I won't have any fun.
There's
I
cookies.
enjoy my dark silence here.
What if we brought you cookies?
Good night, travelers.
Yeah, 6 turns, makes his exit.
Arx just kind of, like 2-finger salute and leaves.
Okay. While this was all going on, Cinna, what was it that you wanted to do?
Yeah.
If you looked around at all, you may have noticed that that Six and Arx are nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I watched Six touch Arabelle a little bit. Saw them go downhill, and I was kind of thinking about things. And then I want to head back to Arabella. And I say, hi, Arabella. Me again.
Hi, Cinna.
Um,
Still me.
I haven't really been very kind to you, or Madame Ava, for that matter, and I kind of want to apologize.
Oh. Thank you.
Do you mind if I just tell you a little story? Just between the two of us.
Sure.
So I knew someone like you, kind of. He was a boy. It's almost a lifetime ago, I think. He kind of had the same gift as yours. I don't think to the same extent, but I used to get so mad when what he said was going to happen happened. He would like point at a tree, and then 5 seconds later an apple would fall. It was so annoying. He was so cocky, but it was just those things that I ended up really liking about him, that just made me feel safe, I guess. But he died, and I wasn't really there to help him, and I was just mad that he couldn't see it coming, like he'd seen the apple fall, right? All those other times. but I kind of get it now. I'm not mad at him. I'm mad at myself. I wasn't there. Your gift, you're not always going to understand the things you see. And I've been living with this idea that, only right now matters, right? The only thing that matters is where you are right now, today, in this moment. But I really need to start looking, towards the future a lot more. And in your fortune, I think I know where to go. So thank you. And I'm sorry again.
I hope everything will be okay, Senna. And she looks over to the doll and she reaches over and she kind of goes through, there's the sack with all the heads, and she pulls out one of the heads and holds it up to you and says, I could hear it calling. And hands you the head, and it's a boy with a funny little hat.
Okay.
After this conversation and everything, I'm going to fast forward a little bit. At this point, it's getting pretty dark. It's obviously been dark because of the storm and everything. But Isaac turns to you, Dane.
Oh, shit.
And he says, we got to wrap up patrol, especially with a storm like this. It gets really dark, so it's time to get back in the wall.
Yeah, cool. Already.
Hopefully your friends are your friends make it back before it gets too dark.
I'm sure they will. They're not too. I saw him getting close. Go Arcs, the real pale one.
Yeah.
They're very scared of the dark. So yeah, they'll get.
Well, yeah. Then I'm sure they'll get back. They'll get back
Yeah.
in time then.
Yeah, if you ever wanted to pull a prank on her, that's when you do it. It's in the dark.
Oh, okay, cool. Good to know.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'd pull a prank on her, but.
Because it's funny. They react really funnily.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You gotta see it. We'll try it when they get back.
Okay. Well, there's some other things I got to take care of, but
Alrighty.
I'm glad that we finally got to spend some time together.
Hell yeah, dude. It was fun, and I do truly. I hope you consider coming on our journey with us. It'd be good to have another strong man in the group.
I'll tell the Baron that he has to look for a new captain.
Ready.
But that a couple days. I'll see you at the festival tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I don't think we're leaving for a couple days, maybe. But yeah, we'll be at the festival.
Cool. I'll see you there, bro.
See you there, bro. I Predator. I grab his arm and I pull him in for a deep hug.
Oh hell yeah! Deep hugs you back. Real special moment there.
Yeah. Tear to the eye for both of us, I feel.
Back at the Vistani camp, it is after you guys leave Casimir's. You were there for a little bit. Okay, you've been having a great time. Senna, you've been having a weird time. But it's starting to get it's starting to get noticeably dark.
Cat grabs Miko and puts the cookie tin back in her backpack, straps her back in, and is like, "All right, folks, Miko is a little sleepy today. I know she's a skeleton cat, and doesn't really laws of human nature don't really apply here, but she's a little sleepy." And then I go like this, like with the guns, and she plays dead, and I'm like, "Oh, she's dead," and I just pop her back in there.
Oh no!
I know.
When did you teach her all these skills?
We've had a lot of time together.
The longer walk on the actual road.
Yeah,
To the
we've got we got a lot of time to work
fair.
on these things.
That's fair. Yeah, I think I don't know. I think Senna would probably start organizing the trip back. Maybe wave down everybody.
Yeah, I think 6 and arcs coming out of the tent go up and recognize that it's getting dark and help gather everyone up and head out.
Okay.
Say your farewells.
You guys head out, say farewells, and Lavash and Aragal stop you, and they just say, "We just want to make sure that you know. We thank you for everything. Always have a home with the Vistani."
We appreciate the hospitality. It's been a nice time. Nice distraction.
Good. And you look over to Arabelle sitting in the corner, and she gives a little wave. And with that, you guys take your leave from the party. Senna, were you going to were you wanting to talk about the journal on your walk back, or is your mind kind of preoccupied right now?
Maybe the first 5-10 minutes I'm quiet, but then I'll open up about it.
Yeah, it's a solid. It's most of an hour.
Yeah.
If you guys are walking fast, you guys might be walking fast through the rain though, so it's probably going to be like a heavy 45 minutes to get back. So there's definitely some time before you get back to Vallaki and back to the inn.
Yeah. So I'll open up about it. Dane handed me diary of one Viktor Valakovich. I don't really know where to start. Such, did you get a chance to read it? I know you were kind of busy.
I glanced through it. I'm glancing through it.
Yeah. I'm glancing through it right now.
Yeah,
as much as you glance through it, we can say that's as much as you saw before.
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just like glancing through it. Whatever I catch, I catch.
Well,
sure.
That little prick.
Yeah, something about stupid closed. Something about a stupid girl.
Yeah, there was a girl who I guess was from Vallaki. It doesn't really go into much detail about her, but she would hang out with the Baron's family. The Baron would have her hang out with Victor, and Victor would do experiments on her, magical experiments. He would cast suggestion on her over and over again. Made her act like a cat for who knows how long. Little demeaning things here and there. Play pranks on her. Just evil pranks.
Maybe I should have completed that teleportation circle for him.
And and he killed a couple people probably.
I knew that much had to be true. I questioned him about it, and he said no, but the kid isn't a great liar.
He mentioned he used the teleportation on one of the servants he had.
And did she instantly disintegrate?
All he said was it wasn't ready, so I assume it.
That would be an instant disintegration.
Yeah, I don't know too much about teleportation, so.
The four of you in this setting, make a history check for me. I'm using history as general memory. From now on in the future. It's something I decided at some point.
I'm pretty good at history.
Something.
Listen, I just said I'm trying to think more about the future.
History.
Senna. Okay, so as Senna is I got it. History. As Senna's like reading, as Senna had like read through this and is like orating what happened, there is something that isn't really clicking for her when she's telling it, but the way that this sort of like chain of events makes everyone else remember something else. 6 arcs and Cat. The whole Victor using magic to make a girl act like a cat. That night, it was last night when you were in Fiona Walker's home and she gave you a tour. You guys had walked by her daughter's door.
Oh. Okay.
It's a vendetta. It's a
Holy
vendetta.
shit!
It's a vendetta. She doesn't want to throw. She wants to get to that kid. She doesn't care about everybody else. She wants to get to that kid for turning her daughter to a cat.
Holy fuck!
That's revenge. No, we should kill her.
I like how this
We're
history
not
check.
helping her now.
I like how this history check accurately reflects Jacob not remembering this.
Yeah.
We have to kill her.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. So maybe her motive is revenge on the son. But again, I don't know if we'll be able to dispatch of Isaac. I guess we'll have to see what progress Bane has made.
I know he said he couldn't read. Maybe we could read the diary to him.
That could be a good idea. Yeah, I mean they're both pretty dumb.
And what? Just was I kind of harsh with my threats earlier?
I said
You see yourself as Dane's father, right? Essentially, you two have been together.
I want to keep him alive. So in that, I guess if that makes me a fatherly role, then yes.
I think maybe he won't. Maybe he doesn't understand now, but you know, if he gets to know us a little better, like I've gotten to know you guys, I think he'll understand later.
All right. If we see him again, I want to apologize. That wasn't great of me to make it awkward for Dane, threatening his supposed brother like that.
He just found him too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right. I've come to a realization as well that apologies they really do wonders.
hold on real fast. Metagame. Is the cat on your chair or on your shoulders?
It's a mountain goat.
Chair. She likes to be a mountain goat.
Okay,
I checked the Twitch stream and you can just see the tail flopping out of like
Yeah.
Jake's head.
I
Okay.
literally have multiple pictures of her just being a mountain goat on various chairs.
Okay,
All right, back to the game.
Back in game.
Real quick, sorry. Where did me and Isaac finish at? Around which gate?
We'll say that you finish at the Dragon's Gate here.
Dragon's Gate.
So you're on the West Gate. That is eventually where the others are going to come in from. So you can choose if you want to stay there and wait for them, or if you want to go to the inn and see if they've gotten back yet, or if you wanted to go anywhere else in town.
I probably would have just chilled at this gate because I knew they'd be coming back from this one, and I've got some important info to tell them like as soon as they get back. So yeah, I would have just been like, I'm gonna chill here and wait for them to get back to Isaac, and waited here.
Okay. Looking to see if I have a certain map.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I don't.
What-
Okay.
what is it?
While you're waiting there, I'm just gonna point out something to you. That this street that enters into the West Gate, you guys haven't spent like any time on the West Svalich Road on that side of Vallaki. You guys came in from the east. You fucked around through the North Gate to go to the lake. You guys went through the South Gate whenever Arabo was showing you her shortcut through the woods. But you haven't spent a whole lot of time around the Dragon's Gate, where that west road is. That leads to the sections of Barovia Valley that you haven't visited. And around this street, there's a few houses, another couple of farms. It looks like one of these buildings is actually a shop. You wouldn't have noticed this unless you stood there and was looking around. Like if you were just walking by, you probably would have thought it was a shitty little house. And that's exactly what it looks like, except you're looking at it and there's a sign out front that says Jenny's Shack, and it has a little bell on it. And you're like, oh, this is actually another shop.
I'll take a. I mean,
Just wanted to
I don't
point that
know.
out.
Yeah, I don't know when they'll be back. I'll pop in if it's open.
Okay. Yeah, no, you go, and it's open. And I planned to have a map for this, but I hadn't thrown it on Roll20. So, theater of the mind again. So you walk into this shop.
It's inside the gate.
immediately. What's that?
Is it inside the gate? I'm gonna mark it on the
It is outside the gate.
outside the gate.
Any one of those houses outside the gate. Just pick one.
All right.
One that's not a farm. And you walk into this shop,
This
and
one.
you are surrounded by greenery. There are just all different plants growing here, there, and everywhere. There are some with like really funky flowers growing that seems to be collecting pollen of some sort. There is, one plant with a big silly leaf. It's got like some clippings taken out of it. What you would infer to be like an herbalist shop of some sort, something that sells plants or plant remedies or something like that. And you hear a voice coming from one side of it that's like, "Oh, a customer! Who's over there? It's raining pretty hard. What are you doing out here?" And you look and see this really wrinkly with pointed features kind of like old woman who's like kind of hunched over. She looks like she has like it looks like there might be some kind of plant matter growing out of her hat. But you're not totally sure. It's kind of like some sort of like bonnet hood, but like is there like sod on there? You're not sure. She's real dirty. She's real hunched over with like rags, and she's like, "What can I do for you today?"
Oh, I was standing outside waiting for some friends, and I was tired of getting wet, and I noticed this was a shop, and I hadn't seen it, so I was wondering
Fair
what
enough.
it was.
Fair with me. Oh, this is my shack. My name's Jenny. I sell a bunch of plants. I don't know what they're doing in here. If it's raining out there, they should be out there soaking it in.
Yeah. You got any? What are the plants for? You got like herbal medicines and stuff.
Herb?
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
You
this
got
one.
I do that. I do. You get the herb?
Oh, the herb.
Yes.
I've got a couple different kinds of herbs. One to treat cough. One that just tastes good. Another one makes you feel a little funny.
Because what's that one? How funny?
Oh my god.
Depends on how many times you use it.
That's still fun. You got anything that tastes like sweet, like syrup or honey?
Oh yes, I've got this plant right here. And she walks you over to a plant, and she sort of like grabs the leaf and like pulls the leaf apart, and the leaf has this real sticky substance that's sort of like exuding from that plant. And she says you just tear some off and you suck out the sweetness.
Can I test a little bit right now? Can I try it?
Have a sample. And she tears some out, and she walks over and hands you this.
Just toss it to her now.
I do it, and I'm like, oh, it tastes like a Werther's original.
Yes, this is the Werther's plant.
I'll take some.
Most certainly. Here you go. And she takes like a big clipping out of it, and she says, "Whenever you want some, you just tear it up and suck out a little bit more."
Okay, thank you. I hand her, I don't know, what do you think's fair? You know?
The amount she charges, some minimal amount.
Yeah, I go, here you go. I
A
roll it
silver
up.
or two. I don't know.
Yeah, I roll it up and put it in the teddy bear as well. Thank you, Miss Ginny.
Oh, I don't know. It might get stuck in there. Make sure it's covered.
I tear off.
Bag.
The little furs and hairs. It'll get stuck in the sticky.
Oh shit! I look around. Look
Here,
at my.
wrap it in this. And she goes and grabs some sort of like parchment or cloth for you and wraps it up. And then she's just like, safe storage, but make sure you do it right.
Yeah. I put it in there and I walk back out. What a weird place.
Just to paint the
All right,
scene
so at
on
that
the
point,
yeah, just to paint the scene on the trip back. Cinna's got a torch in one hand and an umbrella in the other, and she's trying her best not to accidentally light the umbrella on
Catch the
fire.
umbrella on fire.
Dan's got the fucking cloak up around his head.
okay. So yeah, as you're walking out, you can see them coming off in the distance. Whenever you guys approach, Dane's just sort of like standing there in the road by himself, waiting for you.
What's up, dude?
Nice.
How was your walk?
It was very very eventful. I got Isaac to join us on our journey.
All right.
Where are we going next, by the way?
That's a great question.
I think after the festival, we should head to find the Wizard of Wines.
No, I mean like right now. Are we going to the inn?
Yeah, getting pretty dark out. Let's
Bedtime.
head back
We
to the
can
inn.
we can talk about where we're going next. I want to get someplace dry.
Yeah.
We can say that you guys are on your way to the inn now. You take the next steps into the gate and are once back in town and are heading back to the inn.
Wonderful.
Wizards of the Wine. That's
Wizard of the Wine.
Real quick though, I did manage to convince Isaac that what was the Romanio's name in the apothecary?
Anya. Her name is Anya.
Anya. I did manage to convince Isaac that Anya is in the Romanio are very different from the Vistani, that they're not allowed to leave. So I do need to. It's probably tomorrow sometime after the festival. Need to go
I guess
there.
a more important question, Dane. Is he on our side?
He told me once or twice that family comes first. He's very much with me.
Because I have a feeling tomorrow shit's gonna hit the fan.
He's very much with me right now, but since we're still in the town, he'll still be kept in the guard. He told me that he's going to tell the Baron that he needs to find a new captain. That might take a few days. So,
Well,
is the Baron going to be okay with that? I can't imagine him letting a valuable toy just leave.
he told me he's coming with us.
All right. I just don't want to have to, go save another person.
But,
because it sounded like tomorrow Fiona she has something planned.
What are we doing with that? Are we?
I think you need to find him and keep him restrained. Not physically, but just like keep him held back from what might happen.
We did come across some morally gray topics on our walk of the fence, and I do feel like I managed to convince him that some of the punishments they do for weaker crimes need to be outdated and be rid of.
Did it seem like he was? Those were his own opinions, or they were?
No, they were very much. They were very much that this is the way the Baron wants things done.
Okay.
And so, but the way I had him and the way I had us handle a situation, that the one situation we came across was because normally he was just going to have both of the parties go into the stocks, but then I managed to convince him that neither needed to go, that it would hinder them, and he was like, "That's something that should be brought up with the Baron as a change for lighter, less severe disagreements."
So, do you feel like you definitely feel like he'll? I want to apologize to you, Dan. I said some not nice words.
He brought that up as well, and I see it as I knew him for probably about 4 hours by then, and I've known you for a few years now. And so I think he understood. You wanted the betterment of us, of me, and then that's why he's coming. He wants to be there to protect me because he doesn't want me doing things stupid. But I feel like I've given him some things to think about that aren't. He sees things like the Baron in black and white.
If we see him again before the festival, I wanna apologize to him.
I got you. How'd it go for y'all?
Miko is a big success. Everyone loves her. No one was concerned about her.
Oh fuck! When did you get that?
You're with us.
You were. I think you were there when I got Miko. I'm pretty sure.
I do not remember you taking that cat. I must have not seen you.
Oh well. Hey, no problem.
You weren't in the room.
No problem.
You walked out with us, and she had the baby, weren't?
Well, I had her covered at that point.
Okay.
Yeah. So I unveil her, and she like whoop onto my shoulders, and I'm like, Miko, this is her.
She can carry a plate on her back too. It's pretty impressive.
She can do backflips as well. She's very talented. Very talented. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Miko's on the ground. I'm like, Miko, watch. Miko, ready? Ba-bam! And she just.
Is it like real quick, like out of character? Is it like in The Corpse Bride when he's playing with the bone dog and it like falls apart when he tells us to play dead? Yeah. Okay.
And reanimates.
Yeah.
Never seen that movie, but yes.
I don't care what Jared says. Yes.
We'll go with that. That sounds good.
Oh, cool. So we got two new traveling companions for our journeys.
Yes, Miko.
Which one's cooler?
Which one is cooler?
Personally, I think Izik will be able to do more damage than your cat, but we'll see. You never know.
Miko's paw is at your neck right now. She's like, "I'll fuck you up, man." She's like about to like assassinate you. She's like, I'm kidding. No, Miko's fine. She's chilling. She's not aggressive.
Is Miko doing that or is Cat doing that?
Does Cat have her claws at my
grabbed-
throat?
I think Cat has like grabbed her paws.
Got her claw.
Both of them just at Dane's neck.
I think like one and like one.
I need to get to sleep.
As you walk into the walk up to the inn, you know that the outside stairs are what take you up to your guest bedroom, and shading himself from the rain, under that staircase is the man who said he would check in later, Ernst Larnack.
And he's up on the balcony outside.
No, he's under the stairs, under the outside stairwell that leads up to your guys' rooms.
What's up, man?
Oh, what's up with all of you? I'm here to check back and see if we've come to some certainties.
Six looks back to Dane and.
Dane is in mustache form right now too, though. This will help him decide his decision. Whenever we make our decision, he'll do something.
His confident persona.
Yeah.
And he looks back to Ernst and says, "Izik won't be a problem. He is with us."
And when he says that, the mustache gets ever curlier.
I hope you're right about that.
We have to be.
Ever curlier.
I suppose I have to trust you on these words, and that's the best that I can do, but with your confirmation, things are going forward tomorrow as planned.
Can we get a heads up on what that might look like?
The people will be exposed to his true cruelty, and they will see to his end.
All right. So be it.
So be it. And he pulls out his own rain screen, as they're called here in Vallaki. They don't use the word umbrella. And he goes back out into the night and leaves you all to your inn.
Should we have asked him about the daughter? As he's walking away, I say that just quiet enough where.
Yeah, he's out of earshot compared to like a huddled conversation, but he's not out of like eye shot yet.
Got it. Okay. Then Senna will go upstairs and get ready for bed.
I think Kat goes to the chef really fast and is like, "Hey, I gotta show you something. I know your wife won't like
Goes
this."
to the chef.
Goes to the chef. I don't remember his name, but I'm like, "Listen, your wife
Jacques.
won't like this." Jacques. I go to Jacques and I'm like, "Jacques, follow me." And I'm like, "Let's go into the kitchen really fast. Your wife will not like this."
Jacques follows you.
Perfect. All right, Jacques. I need you to listen. Promise me you won't freak out, please.
I cannot promise anything, but
Okay. All right.
I will
I'm gonna
try.
I'm gonna close your eyes.
Don't
Close
just
your
get
eyes.
out of the inn.
I don't know if I like surprises.
Okay, ready? Ready? And then Miko has crawled onto my shoulder. Open your eyes.
That is unsettling.
Bit.
I do not know if I like that. Nina most certainly will not like that. And you hear just like he whispers this, and you hear like from the door, "What was Isaac?
These cookies. I made new cookies and
We tried a new batch of cookies. This one did not turn out as good as the first one. You will not like it. We're trying again."
Thank you, Jacques. I'm not gonna show her now, but do you think it's kind of cool though? Watch this. And we do like the play dead thing. And I'm like, "Papa,"
I don't know if that makes me feel any better.
All right, I'm gonna go now. Good night, Shock.
Good night, cookie lady.
And now I go upstairs.
All right. We're gonna go ahead and fast forward to bedtime now. It's been a long day. You woke up this morning, questioning the morality of assassination. Went to explore a library, found Dane's brother.
I'm a brother.
Found out his name was Dennis. Learned that the Baron's son was a crazy wizard who probably killed some people, and apparently, that you learned later on, had magically tortured a girl into thinking she was a cat.
Fucked up.
Dane bonded with his brother, and the others sort of learned a little bit about the road to come.
Oh,
Y'all are
gross.
tired. Y'all are tired.
It's cookies. It involves cookies.
And the rain on the window kind of helps you all get to sleep. One of you isn't sleeping so well, though. And the camera's gonna pan over to 6.
Thank God.
Woo!
Not me. Wonderful. That was concerning.
So over here was not fucking breathing.
There gonna be so many morally gray fucking shit that Dane can take.
God damn.
No, that's what's called overkill.
Oh God.
I didn't know.
I know how
It's been a long
story pacing
time.
works.
It's been a while.
It has, but not long enough.
I didn't know if you're like, time to fuck with him again.
Let's ruin
Oh
his
man, you
day.
shouldn't have taken that sweet leaf, bro.
Yeah.
That good sticky
It's
toad.
made of precious pets instead of
Yeah.
kids.
Yeah.
Damn, that would have been clever though,
That
wouldn't
would
it?
have been good. She's another witch.
Oh my god, I am so. Never mind.
Chris Strahd 2. Next one we
2.0.
play.
Never mind. Just okay. The camera pans over to 6. I just have a lot on my mind right now, but I'm gonna zoom right past it. The camera pans over to 6. As dreams work, they start in the ear. So we're gonna zoom into 6's ear, and the scene
green.
transition is going to fade.
It's very dirty in there.
Green, spiky,
6.
lots of earwax.
Just gross.
6, you find yourself in a world of mist. All around you, waves of white vapor obscure your vision. And you think, shit, not again. But you pick a direction, and you begin to wander, the tendrils of fog curling playfully around your boots as you hesitantly take each step. But after a short distance, your foot makes contact with something hard, an invisible barrier of sorts. You think this is different? And then a dull boom radiates around your unseen space, and you look up through the mist. You see a dark shape that at first you can't recognize. If it helps you, Rance, go ahead and close your eyes. Picture yourself here in this space. You see a dark shape above you that at first you can't recognize. The fog finally starts to lift, and your surroundings begin to make sense. The barrier you ran into looks to be a glass wall curving upwards. It's a dome of some sort that you find yourself in. And the dark shape above you is a massive hand resting on top of the dome. No, not massive. The hand is normal. It's you that's small. As you look behind the glass now, you take in your wider surroundings. Your dome sits on a table in the middle of a room. No, again, not quite right. It's not a room, it's a tent. It's difficult to get your bearings, like the fog that swirled around your body got sucked in your head. It's hard to focus. The hand lifts itself off the dome, and you see the person that it's attached to, the old withered form of the Vistani seer, Madame Ava. That's where you are. You're inside. That's where you are. You're inside Madame Ava's crystal ball, inside her tent by the Sur pool. Do you think, is this a memory from however many days ago? Is there something you didn't notice when you lived this moment before? And you turn around expecting to see an image of your friends sitting around the table, but you're surprised to only see one figure. Strahd. He's talking to Madame Eva, but through the glass, you're not able to hear what he's saying. Madame Eva is speaking too. They're having a conversation. As you wonder what it is they must be talking about, Madame Eva's hand moves past the crystal ball to the center of the table, where 5 cards sit arranged just in the same pattern as your reading was. Strahd gazes down eagerly as the crone flips the middle card. And you can't read what is on the card, but you can see the image that's there. This middle card that he flips is the image of a beautiful woman wearing a drooping gown, sitting in a grove by a brook. She reaches out her finger and catches a butterfly. Strahd's eagerness turns into a smile of desire. Madame Eva seems to be explaining something to him, but the vampire lord is only just listening. And she continues to flip the outer cards, starting with the card to Strahd's right and moving counterclockwise. Again, you can't see what the cards say, but you can see their pictures. The first one that he flips, you see 2 men facing each other. One of them looks to be wealthy with well-groomed facial hair, sleek hair, and fine clothes. He is dropping coins into a man's cup. This other man opposite to him looks old, poor, dirty. His facial hair in turn is disheveled, as if he's looking at a mirror image of himself, but one that is in rags. A rich man giving money to a beggar. You're not entirely sure which is supposed to be the focus of this card. They flip over the top card, and you see the image of a man crying at a coffin. This coffin has a body in it. But from the body, you see a spectral image of the dead man rising up, rising from the dead. The next card is flipped over, and you see a knight in shining armor bowing and taking a vow to some force in front of him, swearing themselves to a power or cause greater than themselves. And finally, they flip the card, the last card below the central card, and you see someone's face that is covered by a mask. As you ponder what this reading is about and why you're here, you realize that Strahd is looking right at the crystal ball, right at you. He says something to Madame Eva, and Madame Eva nods. His hand reaches for you, and you turn to run, but you're trapped in this glass prison. As his hand reaches closer and closer, the mist begins to swirl around you once again. You wake up in darkness, sweating and breathing heavily as you slowly remember where you are. The Blue Water Inn, Valaki. Your consciousness is already starting to wipe the bad dream from your mind, but you focus on what you saw. The woman, the beggar, the spirit, the knight, the masked person. Strahd and Madame Eva, what does it all mean? Does it mean anything? Your goblin eyes pierce through the darkness at everyone else asleep in the room. You turn to see Arcs, stiff as a board and still as a corpse with their arms crossed over their chest. You always wondered why they sleep like the dead. After all, you've been dead. It's not fun. But that's normal. And normal is good. Speaking of, you look past Arcs and see Dane sleeping on the floor. It's been a couple days since he stopped having dreams, good or bad. And that satisfies you. You turn to the other side of the bedroom and you see Cinna. In her waking hours, she's so perfectly neat and organized, everything labeled and in its place. In sleep, she is chaos. Her blanket is all bunched up and her body is contorted in a way that is surely uncomfortable. Her long, dark hair is wrapped around her face like the boughs of a weeping willow, and even though her face is hidden, it sounds like she can breathe, so you're not worried. And then you turn to Kat. A twitching of the mouth and fingers tells you that she must be wrapped in her own dream world tonight. Before settling back down, you grab your journal to make sure you write down your dream before you forget. You look out the window and notice that at some point it's finally stopped raining. And while Six won't know what it is Katharine Pepperidge was dreaming, we will. The camera has been following Six's line of sight as he checked in on his sleeping friends, but as he turns back to his bed, the point of view stays fixed on Kat. And slowly zooms in on her ear, which is the part of the body where dreams are made. And the scene once again, I know, I'm just the scene transitions. The scene transitions once again. Kat. You're walking up the pavement to the Stone Manor.
Okay.
It's kind of shitty weather out. Cloudy, cold, breezy. Might rain soon. Normally on a day like today, you'd rather stay home with some cookies and a hot beverage. But this is the first free day you've had since hearing that Sylvina was back in town. You would have come as soon as you heard, but your father has been intensifying your business studies as of late. I'll just remind you, Jared, that this is a dream and usually just accept things as they go in dreams. Your father's been intensifying your business studies as of late. You just haven't had time to get away. Hopefully, this isn't a trend. Come to think of it, Alistair's magic studies have made him busy as well. But he always drops everything when Sylvina comes home from her adventures. You walk right up to the door and let yourself in. Samuel the butler is at first startled by this sudden intrusion, but seeing that it's you, he quickly and professionally changes his demeanor and comes to take your coat. Immediately runs to you and says, "Master Alistair is up in his room, my dear."
Wonderful, wonderful.
Oh. Yes, as he says so, you're already halfway up the stairs. After all, you know the Stone Estate better than your own summer home. Around a couple corners and you see his door is open and you walk right in. There's two people in this room. On the couch in the bay window, you see a 19-year-old Alistair. His hair is looking kind of shaggy since you last saw him. He's got an old book propped open on his lap, one hand holding a couple ingredients. He's told you before that they're called components, but they just sound like the same thing as ingredients to you, so that's what you call them. And the other hand is writing symbols on the glass pane next to him. On the table in the middle of the room sits a variety of intricate glassware, beakers, flasks, weird pipes between them that do loop-de-loops for some reason that you never understood why. And on the floor in front of them is Alistair's girlfriend of several years, Cecily Bennett. Her head is shaved on the sides and what's grown on top is tied into a tight bun. She doesn't come from money like you and Alistair do. She's a student of Alistair's father and so smart. And she's always been nice to you. Even now, Alistair doesn't move when you come in, but Cecily looks up at you and smiles. "Kat, come in."
Yeah, I run right in and I'm like, "Alistair, hey, what's up, girl? How you doing?"
"Kat, we're busy right now. We have exams coming up."
Okay, did I ask? No, did I ask? Your sister's here. We have to go say hello to her. Okay.
"She's not here right now, Kat."
Well, where is she? Where is she then?
"She's gone."
No, that's not what I understand.
Well, she's gone now, and we are busy studying, so another
Well,
time.
Well, madam, would you like to go with a fun time on the town and leave this old snorebag behind?
She looks at Alistair and looks back at you, and she says, "You know what? I will. Actually, Sylvie mentioned that you have a hidden stash of cookies somewhere in the house. Can you show me where those are?"
Oh, I sure do. Okay, and then I tell Alistair, like, close your eyes. You don't need to see this. And I take her outside just like a little bit, and I like fake slam the door, and I slowly open it back up, and it's actually under Alistair's
Your
under his
cookie
bed.
stash is in Alistair's room.
Yeah, it's under his bed. When we were kids, we would hide it under there, so it's like under his bed. But I'm like doing it. I'm like,
Okay, sure. You sneak in, you grab the cookies, and you bring them back out uh, to Cecily, and she kind of leads you over to a sort of guest parlor of sorts. I don't know what rich people have.
oh.
And she takes a cookie, and she's like, she kind of laughs a little bit, and she says, "Don't worry about Al. He's in a mood because Sylvie didn't stay as long as she usually does."
Listen, he's for how much of a stick in the mud he is. He's a very emotional man, and we all know that, and we
I
love
know.
him for it.
It's frustrating, but yes.
It really is. No, I completely understand that. But you know what? He's lucky to have you, and I know that if Sylvie was here, we'd all be even happier together. So
Can I tell you a secret about Sylvie? Just between us girls.
does she know where my cookies are hidden as well, or is that not the secret?
No, she knows, but that's not the secret.
Oh, that bitch. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
She replaces any of the ones that she takes. Don't worry.
I knew it. I whenever I sneak in here at night, I knew that there was some. I'm gonna put stamps on them next time.
Sylvie, she left early because she's actually doing a favor for me. Just some weird stuff with my family. I don't really want to get into it, but she'll be back in a couple days, and we can hang out then.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't mean to pry. Is everything okay? I mean,
everything is fine. Sylvie's just taking care of a little thing for me.
she's beating
As well.
We could do that as well. I mean, we could beat somebody up if we need to. I know she's big and strong, but like, listen.
It's not a beating up sort of thing. It's just a finding out something that I was curious about.
Oh, then why not ask Alistair? He's a way better super sleuth than she is.
Because it's something that I don't want Alistair to worry about.
I mean, Alistair's like, he's like your dude. Like,
I know. Just
I get it. I mean, girl stuff. It's cool. It's
Yeah.
fine. I totally get that.
hey, I'm real sorry that he was like that today, but come back in a couple days and it'll be fine.
For sure. And listen, when is he not like that? Like, can we really say like when his eyes are not like that? You know, bro? So yeah, I totally get that. Well, I'm gonna go say goodbye to him really fast, and I'll drop you off back in the room, and we'll just peace out like that.
Sure
Sound
thing.
good? Perfect.
That sounds fine.
Walk her
Kat,
back in
you
there.
turn to leave. Yeah, Kat, you turn to leave the room that you're in. But the hallway that you're in is not the hallway that you entered from. The scene has changed, and you're no longer in the Stone Manor. This house, you don't think you recognize it. But you're in this hallway, and ahead of you, in the direction that you were going to head, there is a doorway to a room that is surrounded with soot stains and char. And your curiosity takes you forward. You walk through the doorway into what appears to be a bedroom. You look around and see books, glassware, and on one table is a broken frame where there was a charcoal street art of Cecily and Alistair. This is Cecily's bedroom. The soot you saw on the doorway is found everywhere in this room too. it looks like there must have been a fire of some sort. And as you walk in, you notice that Alistair is here. He's frantically moving around the room. He's looking at every detail, scooping ash into vials. He hasn't looked up and noticed you yet. He is just busy looking at everything, trying to take everything. And he looks panicked. He's moving around so fast. It's just him.
Hey, what are you doing, man? Seems a little
They're-
dusty in here.
They're calling it an accident, Cat. Are you kidding me? Cecily isn't an idiot. She wouldn't have let a fire like this start. Someone had to have come here and done this.
I'm sorry. Catch me up. What do you? Oh, this is the fire. Same page now. Okay.
Cat, where have you been?
I honestly don't know. To be straight with you, where's Cecily at? What's she doing? What's she doing? Where's she at? All steamy in here.
Cecily's dead. They're saying it's an accident, but I know that there's something more to it, and I'm going to figure out what. And as he says this, Alistair rushes past you to leave the room. You turn to stay with him and to follow him to walk out the door. But as you turn around, the scene changes again. You're no longer in that bedroom. You're instead standing on a dock, on the shoreline by what looks to be an open sea. There's a serving man there who's loading crates onto the ship that's moored there, and you're just sort of standing nearby off to the side. You're kind of disoriented, trying to process these snap changes. The serving man pulls up the last crate and he wipes his hands and he says, "That's the last of them. We're ready to go, miss. And to answer your question, I don't know. You ask me every year, and if I knew, I would tell you."
Yeah. No, yeah, I get, yeah, okay. What did you pack? What did you pack for this adventure? Summer clothes.
The cookies, miss. The cookies for Oktoberfest.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You made sure that there's peanut butter patties on there, right? You made sure of that, correct?
Of course I did. Those are Alistair's favorite.
That's what exactly. Yeah, Alistair.
But miss, it's
yeah.
been 5 years since it's been 5 years since he showed up at Oktoberfest. And I know you always expect him to be this time, but I don't know. And I'm sorry about that. But hey. He takes an air of authority with you, and he says, "You have to remember, your father left this business to you. And I'm not going to let you be distracted from it. You're not a little girl anymore. This isn't a joyride. This is business. You are in charge now. We have priorities to take care of."
Yes, we do. And number one priority is getting you off my case right now, man. Jesus, it's early still. Goodness me, I got it. Pump the brakes.
I'm sorry. I'm just stressed. You know that I care about this business as much as you do, and I just want to make sure that everything is okay.
Hey, it's okay. And listen, come here. Let's bring it in. Oh, I got you.
You go to hug him, but your arms, they catch air, and this sudden, unexpected movement just sort of snaps you awake. And the light in the morning helps you remember where you are, but your mind is just dwelling on that last time you saw Alistair. The last time you saw Cecily, and the fact that you never knew what it was Sylvina was doing for her. It's the morning of the festival now. Whatever is going to happen today it seems that is already in place. And we will pick up our next session with
Ah!
Oh my god,
conclusion.
dude. Why you gotta do shit like that to me? That was
Oh, fuck.
It is time for the show.
I actually have a heart out, guys. I have to
Oh,
go now.
Of course,
I apologize.
as
All right.
usual, Jared has to dip. So thank you so
Yeah.
much, Jared. We will.
I'll see you all on Wednesday.
Jared,
Good
Jared, I
luck.
want to check. I want to check in later with you with your feelings about what just happened.
Check in, because I'm very much distraught. Check it, okay?
Hey, Jared, call me
Yeah,
later if you need
yeah.
to.
I will,
Yeah.
buddy. All right, I love you all.
All right, catch you later.
Love you.
everybody.
Bye.
Let me before our okay. Let me just pop us over to Zoom. There we go. Transition. Cool. All right. So now we're in Zoom. Just making sure you guys talk real quick.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Perfect. Yeah. They
Hello.
can still hear us. So this is the after show. It's the part of the show that happens during the show. Because I mean, let's be real. It's all a show. Life's a show. And I'm just playing in the sand. Thomas, perfect game today. Session 19.
That was great. That was
Fuck,
great.
it was
Curse of
great.
There was
Strahd.
no combat though.
I fucking
That's what Savannah says.
That's Savannah's
No
problem.
combat. I'm sad.
Stop making combat-based characters.
I make combat-based characters because I'm not good at RP.
You were really good today.
Yeah, you
I
got
With
tried so
Alexi,
hard.
that was great.
I gave
All
him
right.
food.
So during the after show, we like to talk about the things that happened during the show. That could be, things we regret, things we wish we did differently, things we really liked. I think we like to start with just talking about.
I have a regret.
What
You
is
have a
it?
regret?
I regret, and I've already established that this wasn't a thing, because if it was, then something would have happened. But I really regret not making that fucking shopkeeper actually one of the witches in disguise and secretly giving him some
Oh,
pie.
You know what I fucking thought though,
How
Thomas? I was
chill
like,
would that?
I was like,
that's
you're like this
Yeah,
little
that
old
would've
woman
been
comes
perfect.
out. In my mind, I got flashbacks. I had PTSD for a minute.
I somehow, oh my god, I somehow didn't think to do that until right as you left, and I was like, oh, that was such a missed opportunity.
I almost went, you know what? I'm gonna give her a sniff first before I did anything.
I was surprised you didn't.
But I was like, no, Thomas wouldn't put one this close to town. But then, like, after I thought that and got the fucking flower, like the plant and everything, I was like, wait, that first one was in the fucking town.
Yeah, man. She was going door to door
Yeah.
pie salesman.
I was like,
Oh
fuck.
my god. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's one regret.
There's one
I know.
regret.
I didn't have any regrets.
Okay.
I feel like
We
I
have
did
to
great
live.
today.
We have to live for the future, not for the past.
Live
just
for
be-
the-
Be careful now with any
that's
little
a
old
very
ladies
funny
in
thing
the
to say
grass.
after the way this session ended.
So
Very nice, sir.
oh, that's true. Yeah. So I think we like to start these after shows with just talking about our favorite parts.
I thought it was our
so-
regrets.
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 I interjected
regrets.
with that. That was a line jump by me, and I
No
apologize.
regrets.
No regrets.
All right,
All
Rain,
the
you get to go first.
regrets.
Thomas.
Did you have a
Um,
favorite point?
I mean, I liked learning more about the ancient blood, and then the dream sequence. That was great. Me
I
and
love the
Thomas-
hop you did. That was
I
cool.
told Thomas about a dream I actually had, and he's like, "I'll steal that. I'm gonna give it back to you." And this is what I was getting. Oh, that was good.
I altered what you had told me a little bit for no good reason. This is just what I had taken with your
Yeah.
with
You
what
didn't
you
want
said
to
as
plagiarize
inspiration.
his dream.
Oh man,
That's true. You
Yeah.
could have sued me for that.
I
I'll
did give you the rights to it, so it'd be fine.
What was your
I have
favorite
a
movie?
couple questions. I have a couple questions for you, Rance. I know it's pretty
All
soon
right.
after the session. Question number one. So you were told essentially like a local legend about ancient blood.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What did that mean to Six? Like, what does he feel like he learned from that conversation?
That was finding like what the ancient blood was to him was something to him that he thought would never be answered, so he just didn't concern himself for a long time. Because he, like, as soon as he got out, he had no hopes of like going back and killing his old master. Mostly because like I'm too weak. I can't do it. But then gets here and learns about the ancient blood, and from that Madame Eva knows what it is or foretold of it, and then get back to Casimir, and he kind of freaked out for a second about it. That's now that's like become his like forefront of his mind, and now follow the ancient blood and looking for the was the bloody tree with the swirling colors, the tree that bleeds with swirling colors, and she said that is looking for me.
She said something was looking for you.
Something.
And she said that she sees a tree that bleeds surrounded by swirling colors.
Yeah.
Beast.
Yeah, I got the beast card. The beast and the seer. Yeah. That. And now he's. I did think about like. That did give me the question.
Oh, sorry, my network cut out.
Oh, that did give me the question of like, when Casimir said either Strahd is using it or he doesn't know about it. He does know about it now because I activated it in the church.
That's not what he meant by that.
Oh, what he said either Strahd knows about it or doesn't know about it or is using it?
Yeah, both.
Okay.
Like when it appears, those are the two outcomes.
Okay. But yeah, Six thought about like, should I make this known to the group that Strahd potentially knows about this, or Strahd knows about this?
Well, to the group other than Arx.
Yeah.
Because Arx was with me.
Yeah, Arx was with me. But yeah, that's now like his. I mean, the first goal is finding Sylvia, and the secondary, now that he knows like his blood originated from here, that's his next goal.
The other question I have is, what does he think about the card? I know this is really soon, but like the card reading that he watched in his dream. All he saw was the card images. He didn't see any of the words associated with them.
Yeah. Yeah, he was definitely trying to piece together what that could mean. And I know this must have been, was Strahd, did he look like he was, like when we saw him in the church? Like kind of like carbon copy of that, or was it like a younger Strahd?
Oh, was he a vampire or was he a homie?
Yeah.
No, he looked as you recognized him, like a vampire.
Okay.
Did you say vampire or
a homie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you haven't heard that? Are you?
Yeah,
dude,
homeo
you
sapien.
vamp or you homie?
I've never heard that.
That's a common phrase that the kids are saying now.
It's very common, yeah.
But yeah, he's
saying, are you? Do you suck or are you cool?
See if I can find my note. Yeah.
Because vampires suck.
Yeah, I didn't think that needed to be explained. But thanks.
Just in case that bridge wasn't crossed.
But yeah, the card that he got. Sorry, can you say it again? I just lost my train of thought.
Say what again?
The question.
The question was what he thinks of the card reading that he witnessed Strahd receive.
Yeah.
Like the faces on the cards and stuff like that.
Yeah, I definitely think that. I think that the top card with the guy looking into the coffin and then the ghost coming out of it. I mean, I want to say it represents us. But I mean, the guy coming out of the coffin is like me. The beautiful woman is Cat. The rich man and the beggar. could be Dane, and the warrior arcs, and the mask. All that's left is Cinna.
Senna, yeah, she's a spy. They wear masks.
But yeah, and then seeing, but like that in position with me, like, was it just me in the crystal ball?
It was just you.
Yeah, and just like they're two separate things, and I guess trying to figure out what that part of it could mean. Whether if I am involved in the card reading or if I am a separate equation.
When you when you said, he like stubbed his toe on the glass, I immediately thought, oh, he's like in a snow globe or something. So I wasn't too far off.
No, you weren't.
Savannah.
Yeah.
Did you have a favorite moment? Anything stick out?
When Thomas finally mentioned how Ark sleeps.
Oh yeah, I asked her about that a few weeks ago, and I said out of context, and this may not come up, but like for no reason whatsoever, what does Arks look like when they sleep?
Yeah, how'd you?
I decided Arks would look creepy when they sleep.
I knew what I wanted to say for everyone else, but I was like, what does Arks look like? I don't know.
Creepy.
For Dane, I kept it simple because of like his whole conflict with dreams. For Cinna, Jake has given me much agency to come up with shit, and I thought that was hilarious.
It's very funny.
I think he's actually hinted at that in previous times when she wakes up. She's kind of a mess when she wakes up in the morning. So I took that and like completely just ran with it with her like midnight sort of appearance.
Yeah, no,
it's like Jacob in real life.
Yeah, almost how our D&D characters reflect the person who's playing them. Weird.
I don't sleep in a creepy way though.
Whatever, I prove it.
Jake.
Anyway, Tumis.
Okay.
I liked being not the only one who has a dream sequence anymore. I like not being the only one now.
Be on the outside looking in at other people's dreams.
It was nice, but for a minute, like when it happened, I had like a little miniature heart attack because you're like, except for one person.
Because I just was coming. You were like, not again, and that's when I got that regret. I was like, I should have made that whole plant shop situation a thing.
Well, because I had the idea. I was like, I should have fucking seen what she was, but I didn't. I was being trusting. And then my
stupid.
Yeah, should never do that. And then my other favorite moment was just getting to like turn around all of these like the things that Isaac kept throwing at me, like on him, like
that was kind of intense. That was honestly kind of intense between us. That was a whole like tonal thing.
Yeah, it was nice because like you said earlier, he was trying to like make me see things the way they do them, and I was throwing it back at him as an outsider, like things should actually be done. You were doing
really good. Yeah, I was absolutely like giving you like some successes there.
I really liked the contrast you were playing, Thomas, between the bright, happy, fun musical party.
Yeah, that was a fun unique challenge for me.
This lady's goat keeps eating my crops. Let's just punish both of them.
Yeah, exactly. And like I zoned out I'll have to rewatch the session because like I tried to like force myself to zone out on the party so I could stay in that like that setting I was in, so that way like I didn't like get absorbed all happy vibes.
That's a whole different headspace.
Yeah, so like I was like, okay, so I just sat here and like zoned out and messed around with stuff to keep myself in the headspace of where I was at with Isaac.
It was good.
I'm happy it came out good, but I missed half the session.
It was I think both sides of it was a lot of fun. I feel like every single character got a chance to sort of spotlight part of what makes each of them which is always really fun when that happens.
I think it was very fun. I enjoy combat as much as arcs, but I also enjoy getting these like I'm starting to really get into like role play with Dane because it's so easy.
I will say that this morning, you're gonna have n amounts of time in the morning before the festival. If you guys want to use the RP chat in the Discord to sort of like share your feelings, but at some point you guys are going to kind of be like booted into that situation, as you know the sort of laws surrounding the festival to be like. So you guys have a little bit, because I want to skip over that whenever we start next session and say, you guys are at the festival. This is what's going on, and start it that way. But I don't want you guys to feel like there are things that are left unsaid. So make sure and use that chat to sort of communicate your feelings with each other, especially the two of you that had dreams, even though Jared isn't here.
We have
Arx has no feelings.
2 days. We have basically 2 days to get a whole bunch of shit done in the RP chat.
Yeah.
Our next showing will be this upcoming Wednesday. It's going to at 9
Did we
PM
post on the
Central.
Facebook page today?
Yeah, Wednesday, May 19th.
Probably not. This will be our last showing for a while.
Of this
at
one.
least
of Curse of
Strahd Adventure,
Curse of
the
Strahd.
We have another
Monster Mash. But I'll hand it to.
Well, wait. Before we do that, what was your
Jake?
favorite?
You
part?
still
Jake,
give us your favorite part.
What was your favorite moment?
Stop trying to get out of this. You do it every fucking time.
I'm gonna be selfish today. I liked that Alistair keeps coming back.
Yeah.
How did you feel about me using your character in that dream sequence?
That was awesome.
I really tried to capture some. I really tried to think back on how you played Alistair for those 9 sessions in order to sort of like put myself. Even though it was a sort of like, it was both like a dream and a sort of like augmented memory sort of thing.
Yeah.
So like, it's not necessarily that I invented a thing that like didn't happen in dream space. Like, so I was trying to see, like, in that situation, how would Jake as Alistair like act, and that was a fun little
good.
exercise.
I heard my own voice when you were reprimanding Kat. So
that's very good because Alistair has done that in game.
It's like, we wouldn't be here. Like, we would be here. The story wouldn't be the same. We'd have a totally different story and plot if it wasn't for Alistair.
Oh my god, yeah, I had to rewrite the campaign because of Alistair's choices.
So like, yeah, you think about that. Like, let's say we were to play Curse of Strahd again in a few years, we'd have a totally different like experience, because we wouldn't be looking for this other person.
Yeah.
Yep. So I was gonna be selfish. I'm
always selfish if you notice, though. I think I always say 2. Mine, I always say second, because I don't want to seem selfish.
I'll say Savannah's conversation with Alexi. That was pretty good. I like that one too.
I tried real hard.
Yeah, because you could have said, you just sit down and read a book, be boring. But no, you went out and you interacted with someone, so that was cool.
Beats me.
Your roleplay wings really
starting to spread.
It would have been
really
better
good.
if I remembered the words I was trying to say in the moment, instead of going, fuck, what's the word? I don't remember the word I'm trying to think of.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, this is improv. We don't know what we're trying to say half the time.
You probably couldn't ask for a better campaign to work on your roleplay, because like Thomas says, this one is real roleplay heavy. It's
roleplay heavy, and I am a roleplay heavy DM.
Exactly.
I know,
so like,
it's so hard for me.
this is probably like the best time for you to get in, like, practice and work on your roleplay.
Yeah, it's just so hard.
And then when we go back to playing, more 50-50 roleplay and combat, you're gonna be so much better at doing the roleplay parts of it. So
exactly.
Lance was gonna tell us restrictions on characters for the next game.
Once we're done.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my brain was back on that.
Let's not jump away from this campaign just
yet.
We
still got
We're
one
so
session.
eager for Thomas to leave.
I'm still here.
I wanna actually, like, I'm excited to create a character for once, because I'm never excited for that.
I've never.
That's terrific.
And so I need to know my restrictions, because I have 4 possibilities.
Okay, well,
I'm not gonna touch the server until we're done after Wednesday.
Yeah.
So you guys get one more game with Thomas DMing, and then we're gonna make.
And then I'll miss Thomas.
Thomas,
down
you
a
have
man.
to.
Also, he may still have something sitting in my closet that I need to send to him.
Thomas,
send to me. I'm coming to you.
Right.
Thomas, what will you be doing? Where are you going? What do you have to leave us?
So I'll be working and living at Kings Canyon National Park. The specific area that I'm living, which is the Cedar Grove district, is hella remote, like an hour's drive from cell service of any carrier, kind of remote, no internet provided. So
I couldn't
it
survive.
is impossible for me to do it. It's not possible to receive or send a text message,
So,
let alone DM a
Elon,
campaign.
Mr. Musk, if you're watching, I know you're watching us. Check out that place. Throw up some satellites.
I don't want that over my. I don't want that over my canyon. Do not do that to me.
Never mind, Elon.
Oh, wait,
Scratch
but like,
that.
never mind. But you'll have a landline. That's, I mean,
That's all you need for D&D.
That's you know what? That's true. I can just write down all of my plans and then just call someone and they can put me on speakerphone and then we can just keep
and
playing.
then we'll
That's
call,
right.
yeah, and we'll hop in a Discord call with them, and have them on speaker, have you on speaker, and we'll play that way. You just need to send us all the maps so we can flip through them.
Nope. All theater of the mind, even combat.
Another question that just came to mind about our game here. What are everybody's, I guess, personal goals? Rance kind of hinted what his was. He was going to start learning about the Ancient Bloods. What does anybody have any more of those?
Get
No.
rich.
Here.
Go back on my hometown.
Get rich.
Flex on those mofos.
You have
It's
a
always
you have a
been-
brother now, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, this place isn't my home. I didn't grow up here. I was baby.
Are you gonna
How
take-
much do you care? How much does Dane immediately care about Izek? Because Izek has pretty explicitly shown how much he immediately cares about you. Like,
He
is
can
that feeling
sense it.
reciprocated?
It's kind of like he's like, oh, cool, I have a brother now. You know, he's kind of. I think he's played it up for Izek, you know. And it's kind of, you know what I mean? Like, if
Yeah.
he's like if it Dane believes like he's his family, he's blood. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
arm, it's all he needed. You know what I mean? And,
He didn't need to see the dolls, but he did.
and the dolls, both of them. And then but it's like he's happy, but then at the same time he has a family already. You know?
See, I think that's the dichotomy because, like, obviously, like, Izek was also kind of given a family in Barovia. Like, he was
But
adopted
he's-
essentially, but he flipped a switch as soon as he saw you and said, and basically defined for you, family is a real, tangible blood thing.
Yeah.
And if that is in front of him, that's what's going to be more important, even if someone has already given him a more figurative family.
Exactly. So
So I feel like that's a fun little juxtaposition between these two characters.
yeah, and I think it's like, and then like Dane really doesn't care for this whole Valley of Barovia, but he's stuck here. He can't fucking leave, and you know and like I said, like talking to him, you know, like Alistair's kind of last thing he wanted was to find his sister, and throughout our beginning campaign, Alistair did save Dane a few times, and so he feels like he owes him a life debt even with Alistair gone, and he wants to pay that back in any way he can. So he wants to complete that, and then really, as we've seen so far, the only way to fucking leave is to either have Strahd's blessing, which we know we won't have now because of what we did with the
Kinda
bones.
screwed the pooch.
And so we're stuck here. So Dane only sees the other way as killing Strahd. So like, and I honestly, I don't mind. Is it coming along? Like, that's an extra member on the party we'll have, and like, it'll be like someone who actually knows Barovia. So I feel like that's another big plus.
Okay, yeah, I'll go next because mine's pretty brief. So it just feels bad for the people of Barovia, man. They've never seen a starry
done.
night, right? That sucks. So yeah, I wanna fix the cloud situation.
What a fucking way to flex on me as well. He's like, oh yeah, I grew up in the fucking orphanage. What an asshole. I grew up on the fucking streets. I lost my fucking tail.
You should have a blanket, man. Maybe your tail would still be there.
Nobody wanted to mess with me. I was weird and green. He couldn't escape the green bias here in Barovia. I couldn't escape it in Solon.
Jake, how do you feel about? Because I would say, not that anyone asked, but my favorite moment was there was a couple moments, but one of them for sure was Cinna finally accepting a card reading.
Yeah, that was excellent.
I did hear some of that, and I thought that was really nifty.
How does Jake / Cinna feel about what happened in that scene?
She's scared, I think. She's scared. She knows. I think that alluded to Sylvina being in trouble. So I think she's scared for Sylvina's sake, that she needs to go help her, but she doesn't know how. So I'll have to go rewatch because I remember the first line. I just the second line's fuzzy to me, so I'm gonna have to go rewatch it.
Sure, I understand.
Okay, I'm gonna send a link in the Discord, and it's a bit of a watch. It's like 30 seconds long, but what goes on in that makes me think of Senna. I'll just tell you. So it's Britney Spears, and she goes into a fortune teller, and she sits down, and she's like, "Do you want a reading?" And then Britney Spears instantly, she sits down, gets asked, and she instantly gets up and goes, "No thanks, I control my own destiny," and leaves. Like, this bitch went in there.
Oh my god.
It made me think of Senna when I saw it.
Yeah, going to Madame Eva's den.
Yeah.
Do you want a reading? No.
I control my own destiny.
No thanks.
Walks away. What the fuck you go for?
I was following the group. Savannah.
Yeah.
What are what's an important thing to Arcs? What are Arcs?
Yeah.
What is Arcs trying to do?
What's next for Arcs?
That is a great question.
Yeah. Sorry,
I
if
don't
you don't have
know.
anything.
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't have an answer.
Isaac's really gonna throw a crinkle in our scams.
I do like that Dane really got like a couple days in a row of like at first it was 6 at the church being like, "Don't kill yourself, that's bad," and then you get to you see your brother and he's like, "Don't kill yourself, that's bad."
It just keeps being told to me, but it's like if it's
Hey, don't pull an Alistair.
If it's for the majority of the people, he'll do it. Cause like, you know what I mean?
Dang.
Like, what's one life to like a couple thousand?
You know what that means? That means you're a pragmatist. You're pragmatic.
He's a boy, he can't get pregnant.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I don't know.
Okay.
Do we truly know
another-
tieflings work that way?
Another moment that really stuck out to me was whenever the details of Victor's diary / journal came to light, and after I had you guys do that history check because no one was making that connection, I was like, I insist that they make this connection. History check.
Everybody
And all of
gets
us
mine.
went,
And then
"Fuck!"
I looked at the Zoom screens, and your faces were just fucking perfect. I was like, that is the reaction I was looking for. I just wanted to see what people's thoughts were about that revelation.
Like,
I remembered something about a cat girl, but I couldn't remember where it was from. I thought it was like a joke that
I thought I remembered
Tumis told about
yeah,
anime.
right.
Oh yeah.
Every
I thought it
time
was some cat girl anime.
yeah.
like I said, like today, like when it was their part of the session, I like zoned out, but like I'd come back in and out, and like that's when you're like, cat girl, and then someone was like,
You were the first one to make that face.
I was like, because like someone said Fiona, like her daughter's name, and like what was wrong with her, and I instantly went, like, oh fuck! It like all clicked at once when it came back in, and I was like, oh my god! And I was muted because I didn't want to like say anything and like ruin what was going on with y'all.
I watched your reaction while I was like saying this. I watched your reaction and saw you say it, but like we couldn't hear what you said. I was like, I know exactly what you said.
It was real loud. I was like
satisfying.
really fucking loud, and then I was like, and then everybody started talking about it. That's when I unmuted, and I was like, holy shit! It was fucking wild. I didn't see
I matched my history score in real life. I had no idea who that was. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, because I remember, oh god, yeah, I remember being there at her house. There was like scratches and shit.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh, do you still not remember?
Now I remember. That's what happens when you get a trip fail. It takes you
Yeah.
an hour and a half to remember something.
Yeah, whenever you guys were upstairs and in the tour, you walked by she was showing you all the bedrooms and stuff, showing you where the Nikolai Jr. and Carl's rooms were,
and there was
saying that this was
a
the daughter's
girl.
room, and there was a human hand that reached out under the door frame right
Like a
there
cat.
and meowed at you and said and say that that little kitty wants to know who's there.
Oh my god.
was like, holy fuck. It took all of us a minute, but then I remembered. I was like,
I insist that they remember. Make
It did-
rolls, and
I-
I'll
and
tell
I
you what
think-
you remember.
And like honestly, like I feel like I remembered first because I wasn't in the situation, so like I was just thinking about everything going on when I came back. I was like, holy fuck.
I fucking.
So we had
was-
we only had 6 rolls this game.
I didn't
Hey,
roll. Fuck.
yeah,
I
I
rolled
did
once
roll.
actually.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
and
5,
then my
6.
roll didn't matter because I had a passive 16 perception.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's such a great perception.
Yeah, you were like, is that what I gave you? I was like, yeah. Like I even opened up the Discord when you sent me it to make sure, and I was like, yeah, that's what it says.
If I sent you that document and that's what it says, then that's what it says.
I thought it was really funny getting Izzy to just do the fucking drug with me. Like I was just like, do it, bro.
Yeah,
Just fucking
why?
do it. And he's like,
What peer
sure.
pressure? Oh my god.
You got Isaac to listen to a Joe Rogan podcast once.
Yeah.
He's like, I trust you, bro. I was like, you shouldn't, but okay.
He should.
What are the
I'm an ass.
What are the effects of that drug, by the way? It just
I can't tell you.
enhances your perception. Oh, that's right. We're not allowed to know.
It is up to Dane in character to reveal to everyone else.
Okay.
I'm
'Cause
not sure.
I don't want
Dane
I don't
even
want
really
anyone
knows.
to metagame on it.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah,
fair.
that's true because some aspects of it haven't been played in game.
Like it just like I think Dane I didn't know like it'd come in handy today. I was just like I showed him all the things when we were talking about the apothecaries, and he was like, "What's in that one?" And I was like, "Oh, this is the fun one." And so I got him to do it. And it just happened to work out where like it worked. But like, yeah, Dane will do it randomly now. Because I'm not gonna like be like, "Oh, we'll probably have like a nice encounter today" or something shit like that, you know?
Mhm.
No, it's gonna be like Dane probably wants to do it today. You know what I mean? Randomly.
He wants a little perk.
Yeah, I'll probably like come up with my own little roll system for like when we like roll, like wake up in the mornings and stuff.
Okay.
And like this and below, he'll do it, and this and above, he won't.
Roll for drugs. Roll for drug
Exactly.
use.
It'd be like my Constitution saves that you have me roll, basically.
Roll for cookies.
Yeah.
Roll for drugs.
God, I still am just so upset that I
what was
didn't
that
make
fucking-
that fucking
yeah.
shopkeeper a witch in disguise.
What was
Oh
that
my
fucking
God.
thing you said? Road to come? Yeah, that was it. Road to come.
Road to come. Yep.
I was like, oh, fucking
Just-
gross.
That's
Just
so
like
out of
cookie.
context.
It was so good.
What the hell?
You're like,
All
road
right.
to come. And then Jake was like,
what-
oh, yeah, it's lined with cookies.
That's a good segue to let's do one more question and then have Rance talk a little bit. What did anybody have any good sound bites from this show, from this episode?
Road to come.
Well, obviously,
I think that was the best one. I don't think mine were too deep and like
There,
down
I
the
don't
heart.
know if we had as many like any quick
There
There
clever
were no
things at
zingers.
all.
Yeah, there were no zingers
No
today.
zingers.
Mine were all like deep. Like I was truly trying to convince him that like he's in the morally wrong here for just like wanting to like put these people in stocks and like do mind altering spells on them right away.
Yeah, I think the only one I can think of right now, it's not like a quick sound bite, really to be making me funny. It's just wishing your way into an early grave.
Yeah,
That's more of a saying, not a
that's a
bite.
good one. Daniel carved that into a spear.
I'm sure there's. I'm sure if I went back and listened back, that there was
Yeah.
like
You'd
some
find a couple.
line here or there that someone said to encourage someone else that was like profound or something, but it's just kind of got lost in
yeah.
everything that happened. Which
You don't
which,
get them every
which-
episode.
And, like,
No, there's a lot of things like on the that I don't notice like until I actually go back and rewatch them.
like,
Okay.
today,
Go
I was
ahead.
really into thought, so like I was stuttering a lot more and stumbling into my words, just trying to like get my views across to Isaac. But yeah,
Okay, Rance. What are we gonna do when Thomas leaves?
All right. So,
bye, Thomas.
Yeah, get out. No, I'm just kidding.
what I have is that you guys will be level 5. You are agents of the Weaver. I haven't decided on the location yet, but you'll be in Selena, in the world that, or Solent. You'll be in Solent, the world that we came from, in the country of Selena. And it's going to tell the story of it's going to dive deeper into Six's backstory, where he was talking more about the guy that captured him
Okay.
as a small goblet, and made him his slave.
You got that from the meme.
Yeah, I
Oh,
definitely
shit,
did.
I didn't even fucking know that. It's so funny.
As a goblet.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
made a
it's
fucking
gonna
kobold.
way back in at the last session of Trouble of Ruin, Six talked to Mustachio and said, "There's this guy." Wrote down the name Victor Giuseppe, and said he is a threat that is he's a big threat to goblin and kobolds, and he's also like this mad scientist, but he's just evil scientist.
Made a fucking kobold, Rants.
And it's going to take place. You guys, the adventure is called In the Blood, and the first mission that you guys have been assigned to, your team has been assigned to, are reports of kobold and goblin slaves becoming hostile and attacking citizens. Locals have reached out to warders, the army of the church, and to the guilds, but to no avail. Scouts report that each kobold and goblin that has attacked has been killed by the guards or committed suicide. Your mission is to find out what is causing the attacks and putting a stop to it.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the adventure that's going to be run this summer.
And I should have asked before, but you're good if we stream, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's kind of like, hey, we're digging this hole, and
for the whole time Rance was talking about his old blood thing, I got to thinking like what it would be like if I played, like if Dane died, or if Dane does die. Like in my head, I built like a whole fucking bunch of canon for like my alt character for if Dane dies.
Oh, I hope you know that if he does, that alt character has to do with what we talked about in this session.
It will.
With what was brought up.
It will. I'll send it to you if Dane does die, and you can be like, okay, yeah, it works.
We'll cross that bridge when we
Let's hope it never comes. But like, while it was going on, and that was another thing I did when I zoned out. I was like, okay, like, I was just building this character in my head.
What I'm curious now. Wait, this is just floating in my head now. Is if Dane does die in the future, then I'm trying to think about,
how I would bring him back.
No,
that's
I'm
how
trying
we
to think,
would bring him back.
I'm trying to think about if Dane died, is Izek already dead, and how did that happen? Or if Dane dies and Izek is still alive,
yeah, what happens?
Then what happens?
He becomes a barbarian.
I'll just take over Izek. How about that?
Yeah, Dane takes over Izek.
I'll just be Izek.
I've already told Jake before that I don't like
can't take over NPCs.
Yeah.
I think if Senna dies, that'd be 2 for 2. So good job. But I think I might play. I might talk to Thomas and figure out if I could be someone involved with the vineyard at all. I could be someone from a vineyard again. That'd be cool.
Have y'all seen the new
We can talk
fucking...
about that, but
yeah,
I don't want. I don't want Senna to die, so
yeah,
I don't want
me
any of
neither.
you to die, unless it's really perfectly dramatic and just works so well in the story, like Alistair's was. I didn't want Alistair to die, but
sorry,
I can't imagine.
Well.
I can't imagine this campaign otherwise now.
Yeah.
So I am so happy with where things are right now that I'm fucking glad Alistair died. Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
I will say for the adventure next time, just for the audience at home, it's going to, instead of gothic horror, which is the genre of horror that we're in now, it'll be more focused on body horror, which is one of the inspirations that for Six. Body horror or biological horror is a subgenre of horror that intentionally showcases grotesque or physiological disturbing violations of the human body. These violations may manifest through aberrant sex, mutations, mutilation, zombification, and gratuitous violence, disease, or unnatural movements of the body.
So,
as long as there's no like pimple popping, you'll be fine.
We've hit.
So
We've
I have a
got gothic
question.
horror.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sven.
I don't, unless you said this and I somehow missed it. Are there any
hasn't said it
races
yet.
or classes that aren't allowed?
and no limitations. And I'll do Tasha's rules for race, where you can pick a race and like
Is the book I bought?
2 to 1 stat, and 1
Okay,
to
that's Sambo's. So we
I don't know what that means.
Oh, you can
You can
pretty much
modify
you can modify the stat bonuses that you get instead of like it having to be, if you're an elf, it being like 1 has to be in intelligence, 1 has to be in this dexterity. You can
Giving
keep-
more to your background as opposed to being locked
Yeah.
into something based off of
Got
race,
it.
so that you can make
Thank
more
you.
interesting race class combos.
Yeah.
So
Cool. I have 4 possibilities I'm deciding between right now.
when
Yeah,
I run a
I've
when
got
I
mine
run a
ready.
campaign, so we've got Thomas's Gothic, we have Rance's Body. I'm gonna do Cosmic Horror.
Oh, that'll be so
Eldritch
sick.
Abominations.
Yeah,
fucking
Eldritch
aberrants
Abominations,
out
shit
the
like that.
Fucking wazoo.
Well, shoot.
I think that'd
now
be
I
pretty
gotta
cool.
figure out a
Hit
different
3
type of
different-
horror.
3 different types of horrors.
Horror
That's like,
genres.
you know, like fucking HP Lovecraft type shit, like
Yeah.
Bloodborne. That'd be a dope fucking like campaign to play. I'm gonna fucking make. I gotta.
All of our campaigns now, all of our big ones are now horror themed.
You gotta have a horror theme. of some
I
sort.
personally am not like, I don't dislike the horror genre, but I'm not like an active. I wouldn't consider myself like an active fan of the horror genre.
I fucking
Gothic
love
horror
them.
is definitely something that appeals to me, but like that specifically is a subgenre. But I do like the idea of like us sticking with different horror themes and playing with that.
I think it'd be
really
fun to play through them.
spice things up.
Yeah, and I like Gothic horror isn't something I've really read or like done anything with, like you know what I mean. But it's been fun playing this. It's really like my 2 big things with horror are like the body horror and then like cosmic horrors, because I've read a bunch of like the H.P. Lovecraft books.
Oh,
and
same,
then
yeah.
I love Bloodborne. It's like one of my favorite games.
Hmm.
Like, that's all. It's cosmic horror.
Hmm.
I think that'd be fucking fun though. Like just hitting like
I-
the big 3 types of like horror genre.
Yeah, I am really sad that that Jared is not here right now to talk about how he feels.
I'm
as
really
Catherine,
sad.
because
I'm
I
really
really
sad
want
for Jared right now.
want to know how he feels about Catherine's dream.
Yeah.
We can spend a couple minutes at the beginning of next episode if you want.
We don't have time.
We don't have
We don't have
time.
time.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have to.
Well,
We
we can-
start
okay,
the session at
ground
9:30 p.m. So
We can-
Oh
we can-
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Jared won't be off until like right then. But
I'm
You're
gonna have
coming-
to figure out how to fit the festival in an hour and a half session because
how long will you be there with Jake and Savannah? Just for like a day, or like you
Uh,
swinging by
1 to 3 days. I haven't
3
decided.
days?
I was gonna say, what dates were those again?
Because we can like.
Oh, you're coming to visit us?
Yeah.
Savannah doesn't tell me anything.
So like, because
I've
that
told
works.
you
Literally
this.
been part of this conversation, but also our plans have changed various times because my dad's now coming up in.
Sometime between I was shooting for somewhere between like the 24th and the 26th.
Okay.
Or sometime the week of like the 24th through the 28th, some like a day or two like in that span.
We get back to town the night of the 23rd,
Okay.
and then my dad comes the night of the 27th.
Okay, so I'll go for the beginning of the week because there's a couple other people in Oklahoma City that I plan on staying with, so you guys will be in the beginning of the week.
Okay.
That works. Because
I will
like,
still be working that week, so
I don't care.
it'll be fun.
Because then, like, you know, there's just stuff like you said, like you want to talk to Jared about. We could totally like all hop in a call like while you're there, and
That's true.
one of y'all can just share a cam and a mic.
He can just hang out on the bed behind me.
Exactly, and then
Yeah.
like we could talk about it then. That really
I
works
can
out.
I can pretend
This
to be
is where
sassy.
he will be
You can-
sleeping
yeah,
anyway.
You can borrow our internet. Cool.
Yeah.
Is there any final
This
things
is your
for,
sleeping quarters.
for this episode that you guys want to talk about before we
I'm
kill the
just
stream?
very sad that I won't get to play with Thomas
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah, forever. When are
It's
you getting
been like-
back? What's the
My season ends November 5th, and I plan on traveling / staying with family through Thanksgiving. So I'm anticipating, as long as I don't have some other seasonal job that that is also very remote starting this winter, which I don't know. I plan on being back like the first week of December,
Okay.
being able to hopefully pick things back up then.
bring your back?
And I know
Christmas
exactly
time?
I know
Cool.
exactly where things are picking back up, so I don't. It's not going to take like an uber amount of time for me to
Prep.
for me to prep.
Oh, that's
It's
nice.
the whole time I've known all y'all, we've always been able to talk and like do shit like this. And now Thomas is about to be away. I'm about to lose one of my best friends. How am I
Yeah.
gonna deal? How
How's that?
am I gonna cope?
You have the rest of us.
Copium.
Y'all aren't Thomas. Y'all. everybody fulfills a role in this group.
What role do I fulfill? The stupid questions?
I'm still trying to come up with it, Savannah.
That means none. Oh my god.
Damn.
No,
Savannah,
Savannah,
you are the
you're
girl of the
glue.
group.
You're the
You're
girl.
glue of the
She's the diversity.
Yeah, you diversify the group.
diversity.
'Cause it'd
Hire
be-
a bunch of white guys, and
It'd be
then a
weird
girl.
if it was just a bunch of white guys in here, but with you, it really
You keep us in line.
exactly.
I like how
There's no-
we're single-handedly solving racism though, so that's
I mean,
Yeah.
right?
How do you solve racism? 6 white people.
Six white. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
I feel, but I mean, like,
Savannah's the tank. That's her role.
Yeah, that's it.
That's me! I think I figured out which one. I sent the 4 possibilities for the next campaign to a friend, and she's just like, do that one. I'm like, cool.
Like Savannah,
Now I'm doing that one.
we just vibe in a certain way. It feels like. And then
Dane and Arx have a certain relationship that I'm really, really fascinated by.
it's very like they talk. They're kind of close, but at the same time, it's like I don't think I've
Just
talked
Dane
to
in the
Arx.
stomach.
I don't think I've talked to Arx one-on-one the whole time we've been in Barovia.
They're like Six's kids.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're each trying to find their own way. Or like they're
We're
Six's 2
fucking
kids from different marriages.
But
Yeah.
we're too fucking similar, so it's very confusing.
Oh my god, we accidentally made almost the same character.
I know, and it's fucking bullshit.
That's
I
why I,
was
had
like-
a hard time with designing the logo.
Does Arch have
Because
a
you're
persona that's
you're
green?
both yeah.
It was real
X
funny.
does not have a persona that's green.
Because
Yeah.
I was fucking like building my character. I was like, fuck, I don't have a way to like be in here in the Trouble of Bruin. Rance was like, just join us. So I sent him my character, and he's like, oh yeah, that'll be cool. And the whole time I was making Dane, I was like, this character is so fucking original. Like he's so nice. Like it never be copied. Who comes up in here and crashes that thought? Arcs.
Well, my
Orphan-
first
Orphan
my
off the
first
streets.
my first thought, and I don't know where I got this idea, if this was ever a thing or not, but I thought at some point Dane was supposed to be like
supposed to be-
Alistair's muscle.
He was at one point, and then that changed for some reason. I can't remember. I think it just like
Yeah.
stopped. I don't remember why. We talked about it like one
Jake was
session.
like, I don't want to play with you anymore.
That's not. Yeah.
And no, I think we talked
I
about it
think
for
I
like one
forgot
session.
about it.
Yeah.
And
I
I forgot too, because like yeah, it's what it was supposed to be.
I didn't
Yeah,
bring
that-
it up because Dane was like, oh, I'm part of the troop now, and I was like,
His character.
I don't know what happened there, but I'm just gonna
Don't
say,
ask
okay.
me, because
They
neither
had
do
a
I.
falling
Yeah.
out.
That's
Maybe-
what I thought Dane was gonna do, and then I asked, "You still need a group?"
I was like,
you
yeah,
can join
because I don't know
us."
how I'm getting in. But you're right. Yeah, Dane was supposed to be like the muscle, and then I made a not
think-
muscly
And
character.
I was like, Dane, yeah, Dane's not.
Then you
Maybe
made a
what
woe.
happened is
I
one
made
of
my
us
Wogue.
one of us made like a left turn earlier than they meant to, so our paths never crossed.
Yeah.
Said you're
Like we were on the same street. I dropped down to pick up a copper piece, and you continued
Oh.
on.
Yeah, you know what? Everybody at some point was in the same town together before the events of Ship's Haven.
yeah,
I
Oh,
was
just
about
like
to
in
say,
Community.
before we all
Yeah,
met.
and Dane Dane
That's
was on
gonna
a
be
street
one
corner.
shot.
Y'all
That's gonna be
passed
one
Six went
by-
shot.
one way, Alistair the other. It was
Y'all
just
passed
chance.
by Dane with like he had like a little coat on, just freezing his little ass off. Y'all walked by.
Freezing his tail off.
Yeah.
That was the card. That was the card. The rich man tossing coins
Alistair dropped the coin to
to the
Dane.
beggar.
It all came together.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you, viewers, for tuning in to this 4-hour session of Dungeons and
Holy
Dragons.
fuck.
I've literally had the Zoom open for 5 hours now.
Three
Yeah.
3 hour session, 1 hour after
1 hour
show.
after show. Yeah, we.
I like our after show. I like doing the after show. It's a lot of fun.
Mhm.
We have a lot of stuff in store, so make sure you drop a follow. Make sure you come back and check us out next time. It's going to be Wednesday at 9 o'clock our time, whatever that is your time.
It'd be kind of cool if like we could. I guess we could do like. I was thinking like because like they don't know what goes on in the RP chat, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way to make that
We
public.
could because
but-
we have our Discord.
Two things. So if anything like extensive happens in the RP chat, I will create a session notes file
true.
for that and put it
Yeah.
on Roll20.
Cool.
And those can also be put on the stories so far documents. The other thing is if we were ever like popular, some D&D stream shows will have like a Discord for fans to like hang out in.
Yeah, we have one.
And if we do have one. We just never use it or like invite anyone to it. But what we could do is make one of the channels in there RP like a out of session RP chat and just make it so that like we're the only ones that have access to type in it, but everyone can see it.
Yeah,
that's
it's viewable for them. And
I was wanting to work with Discord's API to automatically send the messages that we send in our RP chat to a external channel, but there's not like a great way to do that. So we might just have to like copy.
I'd really
and paste it, but
we'd really have to like don't like because I know I fuck up a lot in the RP chat. And sometimes like I'll forget what chat I'm in and I'll just post like something random in the RP chat.
It happens.
We've got so many fucking channels, man. It's very confusing.
A lot of channels.
So many.
I like it.
I mean, like I'm in a few other Discord groups, and none of them have, like, we have a pause campaign folder, finished stories folder, active campaign.
Other stories.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, you just close or mute the shit that you don't want to see, like the
world building. I've had that muted since the beginning.
Wow.
The finished stories is just completely collapsed because I don't need that open.
Mm-hmm.
So is the pause campaigns. The story so far needs to be updated with the most recent sessions.
Yeah, so stay tuned.
We don't have anything since the Feast of St. Andral.
Shit. So I think we need to make a new channel folder, and it's upcoming campaigns, and we need to move Savannah's story to paused.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because
please don't put mine in paused. I'm gonna be so sad about that. Don't do it.
Paused.
It's gonna paused, right?
No.
We'll put In the Blood above Monster Mash.
Yeah.
That's okay, but just keep it inactive. I just want to feel like it's still there.
So
you won't even be able to see it for a
I
while.
don't care. Oh no.
It's the principle.
Well, think
inactive.
about it.
We have 3 fucking upcoming campaigns. We have Fight Club. We have Help. I'm Stuck in a Fantasy World.
I'm stuck in a fantasy world with my D20.
In the Blood. Fuck.
Alright, Savannah.
And we got the miscellaneous memes, book recommendations, weebs, but safe for work only.
I love that channel name.
Honestly, that was 100% for Dane to keep it safe for work. That's the only reason.
In books, I posted a couple numbers. I posted hentai links, like the numbers to access them.
Anyways, yeah, let's go ahead and end our stream. Thank you again.
Oh shit, we're still live?
Oh yeah, we're still live.
I mean, what? Hentai? What's that?
You blew your cover, buddy. So thank you so much.
Now our road has come to an end.
And we will catch you Wednesday.